Good afternoon. The meeting will now come to order. Hello, I am Tyra Battaglia, President of the Board of Education. I would like to welcome you to the February 12, 2025 Board of Education meeting. In keeping with the board's commitment to open communication with the community, this meeting is being streamed live on CCPS website at www.carrollk12.org and broadcast live on Channel 21. We're also recording this meeting so that it may be accessed on demand on our website and broadcast throughout the month on Channel 21. Public participation will be held at approximately 5:15. Speakers will be directed into the boardroom from the board lobby and are allowed 3 minutes to address the board. As a reminder, please silence all cell phones and other devices. Board members, please turn off your microphones when you are not speaking. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. And bless you. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Dorsey and Mr. Whistler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And do I have a motion to approve the unapproved board minutes from January 8th?
She didn't hear you.
Dr. Malvo? And a second by Ms. Zimmer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And do I have an approval of the minutes from the unapproved board meeting minutes from January 29th?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Dorsey
Second.
and a second by Mr. Whistler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And may Carroll County Student Government Report.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for your time. My name is Anya Slawinski. I'm a senior at Century High School and your Carroll County Student Government Association president. On January 25th, a few CCSJ officers and staff attended the Maryland Association of Student Council's Winter Leadership Conference and were able to vote on 2 finalists for the Maryland Student Member on the Board of Education position. On February 20th, CCSJ will host the February General Assembly at Century High School. During this GA, there will be a primary election for the Carroll County Student Representative on the Board of Education position. Candidates will have the opportunity to campaign, read their speeches, and participate in a question and answer session. 2 candidates will be selected to move forward, and they will be participating in a final question and answer session, which will be televised to all high school students during their advisory period. Additionally, CCSGA officer applications were released, and interested students can speak to their advisor or find applications on our Instagram at carroll.sga once posted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And board members, we have some little announcements if everyone wants to go ahead and start, and then we'll do our activity report.
There we go. Gosh. So I want to just announce in terms of Instructional Assistance Day, right? Our schools will be celebrating Instructional Assistance Day on Wednesday, February the 26th. This day is set aside to recognize the efforts of our instructional assistants and our paraprofessionals who help to provide a quality education for our students. The members of the Board of Education and I would like to thank these, dedicated and hardworking employees for all they do for our students and our teachers. They're an important part of the instructional team, and their work is invaluable in maintaining the high educational standards of our school system.
Gifted and Talented Education Month. February is Gifted and Talented Education Month. Carroll County Public Schools offers programs to meet the instructional needs of all students, including our most highly able learners and those students who demonstrate gifted learning traits. The Advanced Academics program identifies student talent and extends students' learning experiences. Thanks to all of our advanced academics teachers for the work they do to build the program and enrich the instructional experiences of our students.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm going to talk to you today about Career and Technical Education Month. February is Career and Technical Education Month. CTE prepares students with technical, academic, and employability skills for success in the workplace and in further education. These programs provide a range of opportunities for students to learn technical skills, earn college credit, and acquire industry certifications by completing a sequence of courses in their area of interest. Thanks to the outstanding efforts of our teachers and students, our CTE programs continue to be recognized for excellence in Maryland and across the nation.
And finally, I have, or maybe not finally, but I have National School Resource Officer Appreciation Day. Saturday, February 15th, is School Resource Officer Appreciation Day. Our SROs play an important role assuring the safety and security of our students and staff. They also contribute to a culture of our schools through their interactions with students and by serving as role models. We very much appreciate our SROs and value our tremendous partnership with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
If you want to go ahead with your board reports.
All right, I'll get that going. So in terms of the report, my monthly report here, January 10th, I thoroughly enjoyed the senior class engineering design and development trade show that was put forth by the Carroll County Career and Tech Center. Students presented extremely innovative projects and inventions. If you've never gone to the trade show, I highly recommend it. These students will bring much to the job market, and their teachers should be commended for instructional excellence that they bring to the Tech Center and CCPS. On January the 14th, I participated in the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, or MABE's, new board member orientation in Annapolis. The meeting provided helpful background on the board's law and policy, role, rules and responsibilities, and the budgeting process. Thank you, Executive Director Milton Nagel, Director of Board Development Molly Young, and leaders of MABE and my fellow new board members for a thoroughly enjoyable and fun and informative day. Also, what I've done is board representative for the Carroll County Special Education Citizens Advisory Committee, or CCAC. It was my pleasure to attend my first meeting with that group on January the 16th. The group, led by Director Chris Whittle and Coordinator Christine Hoffman, is full of passionate parents, teachers, and other citizens whose efforts are improving the lives not only of our special ed, special needs students, but also aiding the staff and leaders who instruct them. On the weekend of January 18th and 19th, I went to Winters Mill High School to watch a few productions of Frozen that was put on by Constellation Theater Company in Westminster. Thoroughly enjoyed that as well, led by Director Rob Miller and Assistant Manager and Stage Manager Grace Miller. The middle school group did the production, included my son. It was an extremely excellent show. Thank you, Constellation's Theater Company, again, for being leaders and continuing to give great opportunities for artistic growth for our children. I also dropped in for the first semester certificate ceremony with the group, or the announcements of Homeland Security, and this was on January the 21st, which recognized students who completed the program at the Tech Center. January 29th, I met for our meeting here, the FY26 operating budget board meeting in this room. I also attended our FY 2026 operating budget hearing in this room on February the 5th. The Family Life Advisory Committee, or FLAC, meeting planned for February 6th, which I would have attended, was canceled due to inclement weather, which seems to be a trend now, is now scheduled for February the 13th. I do plan to attend that. Also, I want to remind everybody that to try to attend one of Superintendent McCabe's town hall meetings in which she shares actions and expectations about the Maryland Blueprint implementation, and I believe the first meeting scheduled for March the 4th at 5 o'clock, Career and Tech Center. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. On January 9th, the Conference Program Committee planning took place. I met with MABE staff and the conference co-chair to plan for an upcoming meeting. On January 10th, I attended the Curriculum Council meeting. The committee received information about our system's college and career readiness pathways. So thanks to Ms. Fagan, Mrs. Lilly, Mrs. Doolin, Mr. Eccles, and Mr. Wernick for the presentations, and also a special thanks to the students who are on the council because they presented valuable insights to the discussions. Later, I attended the Project Lead the Way presentations. I had the pleasure of seeing the projects and hearing some of the presentations at the Project Lead the Way Senior Class Engineering Design and Development Trade Show. Each project was very thoughtful and constructed a solution involving a wide range of engineering applications to solve a problem. So many thanks to the teachers, Principal Riddle, and Supervisor Eccles, and to everyone involved with preparing the students. As Dr. Melville said, they were excellent presentations. That evening, I was able to see our wonderful fashion show as it was being presented live by the Textiles and Fashion Careers at the Career and Technology Center. So thanks to our production team for making that available live that evening. And it was fabulous. I'm sure it was wonderful to see in person. Thanks to the students for their hard work, and also thanks to Mrs. Harris again for sharing her knowledge and skills with the students. On January 13th, I attended the MABE legislative meeting. The committee discussed proposed bills and initiatives for this session. January 14th, I attended the State of the County as the commissioners shared the state of the county and their initiatives. January 16th, I attended the Design Development Phase meeting for Sykesville Middle School's addition. Floor plans were reviewed as well as specifics for all the areas that are going to be presented there at the school. January 21st and 22nd, I had the privilege of attending the first semester certificate ceremonies, recognizing students who completed their programs. January 23rd, I attended a MABE Conference Program Committee meeting. At that meeting, we reviewed takeaways and lessons learned from last year's conference as we started planning the conference for this year. This year, the conference will be limited to 2 days with only one keynote speaker. There will be a reception on Sunday night to kick off the conference. That kickoff will be on Sunday, October 19th, and the conference will be on Monday, October 20th, and Tuesday, October 21st. So fellow board members, please plan to attend. So those dates again are October 20th and 21st. On January 24th, I attended our Equity Council meeting. The committee had a presentation on the ways CCPS celebrated the accomplishments of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and we also reviewed the roles and purpose of our committee. On January 27th, I attended another MABE legislative meeting. Again, the committee is in the process of discussing proposed bills and upcoming hearings, and we also set positions with committee votes. On January, and I must say that Mr. Whistler is our representative on that committee, and he always does a great job of sharing feedback from our county. On January 29th, I also attended our work session here at Central Office. On the 3rd, it was MABE's Legislative Day and reception. Highlights of the day included, first of all, hearing a panel discussion on public education's future in a charged climate. And it was presented by 3 panelists, and each panelist had an impressive cutting-edge program and initiative. And those programs and initiatives certainly have given them keen insights in education. And we also had the opportunity to review MABE's 2025 legislative session focus areas. On February 5th, again, we had our fiscal year 26 budget hearing and work session. And finally, on the 10th, there was another MABE legislative meeting. There was a review of our recent MABE legislative day and reception, and further discussion and votes on proposed legislation. Okay, thank you.
All right, good evening. So this month, February and January, have been busy for CCSGA and myself as we finalize plans for the February General Assembly. And like Enya said, because we had no school today, it's now rescheduled to February 20th, still at Century High School. I'll be presenting a workshop on goal writing and reflection, also alongside Enya. And I also wrote the outlines for the other workshop available for students called How to Question and Answer / Interviews. This past month, I also spent reviewing and revising the questions we'll be asking in our February question and answer session with our candidates, and also the March question and answer session for our final 2 Schwab candidates. And I also conducted interviews with our Schwab-elect and our CCSGA president with our CCSGA advisor at Liberty High School for a runoff election for our Liberty candidates to narrow their 3 candidates down to 1, and that was January 30th. I also did not attend the FY26 budget meeting on the 29th, and sorry, I got sick for 2 days. But I did attend the one on February 8th, and so I learned about the proposed budget in depth and heard from members of the public. I also attended the Maryland Association of Student Councils Winter Leadership Conference and heard from other SMOBs across Maryland, as well as elect our final 2 state SMOB candidates for Governor Westmore's table. And furthermore, I, alongside the other CCSJ seniors, will be hosting an online webinar series called College Applications, focused for current high school juniors to break down the process and sharing the advice we have. So we know that this is now a time for juniors to take a look at what colleges they're wanting to do and what to, the next steps they're taking. So the seniors and I will be hosting a month-long webinar for our juniors to attend. And so the past couple of months, I've been writing outlines, scripts, making presentations, and setting up dates. Exact dates aren't out yet, but all CCPS students will be notified soon. And lastly, I would like to congratulate the middle school and high school all-county bands and thank the guest conductors who came out for an amazing concert on Saturday, February 8th. And I'd also like to wish all of our track athletes in CCPS who qualified for state championships. Thank you.
Okay, on Thursday, January 9th, I attended the Carroll County Agribusiness Breakfast and heard from Senator Justin Reedy. On Friday, January 10th, I attended the Career and Technology Center's Project Lead the Way Engineering Trade Show, and I agree with Dr. Malvo. If you've never been to that trade show, it is definitely worth going to take a look at. On the evening of January 10th, my daughter and I were back at Career and Tech and attended the Textiles and Fashion Career Development Program's fashion show. And my daughter is available to model next year. I'll just throw that out there. They did a really wonderful job. On January 16th, I attended the North Carroll Business Alliance. On the evening of January 16th, I attended the Carroll County Commissioner's Reception. On January 17th, I attended a committee meeting for the Partnership for a Healthier Carroll. On January 29th, I attended the special operating budget meeting, and on February 5th, the operating budget hearing and work session. On February 3rd, I attended MABE's Legislative Day in Annapolis. And finally, over the last month, I've begun visiting schools where I serve as board ambassador. Over the last few weeks, I spent time with Ms. Dupree from Carrolltown Elementary School, Mr. Code from Piney Ridge Elementary School, Ms. Doherty from South Carroll High School, and finally Ms. Mobley from Century High School. I look forward to highlighting the wonderful things that are going on in our schools during my board report each month. And this month, I'd like to highlight Piney Ridge's Piney Reads program, a school-wide family reading club. Media specialist Ms. Cross spent an excessive amount of time last summer creating a reading guide for this year's book, which is Fenway and Hattie by Victoria J. Coe. The guide encourages discussions, enhances vocabulary, and extends learning with activities related to the book at home. The purpose of this program is to provide families with literature to read together as a family. This is the kind of program I would love to see at every elementary school. So hats off to Miss Cross. I'm sorry, to Miss Cross, and for all the folks over at Piney Ridge for their Piney Reads program. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I attended Maryland Association of Boards of Education, MABE, legislative committee meetings alongside my colleague, Dr. Dorsey, on January 13th and February 10th. We've been working very hard alongside other Board of Education members across the state to urge the General Assembly to lower blueprint mandates and costs. And above all else, we work really hard to preserve our local control. I traveled to Orlando, Florida between January 22nd and 24th to attend an education policy and training summit sponsored by the School Boards for Academic Excellence. Board members, senior policymakers, and administrators from across the country gathered there to discuss success stories and challenges facing our schools. We covered various topics that range from curbing school violence, addressing chronic absenteeism, and protecting girls' sports and spaces, along with other Title IX issues. I also attended a budget work sessions alongside my colleagues on January 29th and February 5th. I appreciate the hundreds of emails, phone calls, and personal conversations that I've had with parents, educators, and other stakeholders. We have serious budget issues caused by Blueprint. We're not alone. Every other county is faced with staff cuts and increased class sizes, and I assure you that we are working very hard to do the best we can with what we've got. Over the last several weeks, high school seniors across Maryland have competed in American Legion U.S. Constitution oratorical contests where students prepare and give speeches about our Constitution. Winners from local posts will compete at the next level on February 22nd at the Woodsboro American Legion in Frederick County. Best of luck to our Carroll County seniors that have made it to that level. I will be there to watch and cheer you on. On February 8th, I accepted an invitation to watch junior ROTC students from Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County, Montgomery, and Carroll compete for scholarships in the three-position air rifle invitational match in Damascus, Maryland. Well done to these very talented athletes. Many know that I'm a retired naval officer and a huge supporter of Operation Homefront. Each year, I'm honored to help judge Military Child of the Year nominees for each military service. I'm happy to share that Maryland has one student that reached the semifinal stage. Congratulations to 15-year-old Caitlin Sevilla of Mount Airy, one of 15 who will compete for the U.S. Coast Guard Military Child of the Year and a $10,000 prize. Winners will be announced at the Military Child of the Year Gala in Washington, D.C. in early April. Can't wait to attend. And before closing, I want to once again thank our administrators, our maintenance personnel, and others for working very hard to clear the snow from our school sidewalks and parking lots. While many of us sit home warm and safe, these hardworking CCPS employees are doing everything to prepare our schools and ensure safe access for students and staff.
Thank you. All right. January 10th, I attended the engineering trade show at the Career and Technology Center with some of fellow board members. Again, the ideas and things that these students create was absolutely incredible. So look out for some patents that could potentially be coming down the line from them. January 14th, I attended the State of the County. January 16th, attended the commissioner's reception across the street, which was very nice to meet with other elected officials throughout the state and just talk about some of the issues that we're all kind of feeling and the financial issues the state is having at this point. January 21st and 22nd, I attended the Career and Technology Center certificate ceremonies. January 29th, attended the budget meeting here in central office. February 3rd, I attended our MABE Day in Annapolis. Again, some great conversations with fellow board members across the state, and the panelists were incredible. I actually had a little fangirl moment with one of the panelists, and I was very excited to meet her, and I thanked her for all her hard work. On February 1st, I attended our public hearing and work session. I have some upcoming events that I'm planning on attending as well. February 13th, I will be attending the County Budget Update Luncheon. February 17th, the District 5 Night in Annapolis, which is always a nice event. And I always look forward into going over into the State House and watching session. On February 18th, we have our budget work session here in the office. February 19th, we have our CAC meeting. February 20th, I'll be attending the SGA General Assembly, and I'm very excited for that opportunity to meet with all the different students and have discussions with them. On February 27th, I'm going to be attending the First Responder and Military Career Fair at the Career and Technology Center. March 4th, I have a School Health Council meeting. March 5th, we have the Superintendent Town Hall at Century High. February 14th through the 22nd is also National FFA Week. So I do want to take a shout out to all of our participants in FFA and all of our FFA teachers. And check with your local high school to order strawberries, because they are doing that right now as a fundraiser at the various high schools. This week is also Kindness Week. Please be kind. You never know what someone might be going through. In the lobby, you'll find a little basket of hugs. So if you need a hug, feel free to take a hug. And 4-H signups are underway here in Carroll County. If you're interested in the 4-H program, please contact the University of Maryland Extension Office located over at the Ag Center. Remember, 4-H is open to all. Valentine's Day is this Friday, so feel free to spread the love and do something kind. One act of kindness can make another person's day. And shout out real quick to Jaden Zumbrum, who made the winning last-second shot in basketball the other night. So he did. That was a fantastic job. I saw that on Facebook, and I thought that was absolutely incredible. Just literally last second made that shot, and they won. So congratulations.
This evening, I would like to congratulate the members of the All-County Band and Orchestra for their outstanding concert performances over the last few weeks. Congratulations as well to the 16 Carroll County middle and high school students who have been selected for the 2025 Maryland All-State Ensembles after a rigorous audition process. Thank you to our talented musicians and to Carl Stewart, Supervisor of Visual and Performing Arts. I also would like to congratulate the robotics teams from Freedom and Piney Ridge Elementary Schools and East, Mount Airy, and West Middle Schools for qualifying for the state championships at the Roar of the Robots competition. The Piney Ridge team was the overall event winner, placing first out of 29 teams. A non-CCPS sponsored team comprised mostly of Linton Springs Elementary School students also qualified for the championships, which will be held at UMBC on February 22nd. In closing, I would like to thank Westminster Wise Markets and the Westminster community for donating $7,000 to the Owl's Nest Food Pantry at Westminster High School. These donations were collected through the Roundup for the Fight Hunger campaign. The Westminster Wise also runs food drives and donates collected items to the pantry. In addition to the support from Wise Markets and monthly deliveries from the Maryland Food Bank, the pantry is run solely on donations from school and community organizations. So thanks again.
All right. First, we will have our presentation, and that is item number 3A. Dr. McCabe?
Thank you. Tonight, we will have our presentation on the CCPS school report card data. Each year, the Maryland State Department of Education develops a report card for each public school in the state. Each school is assigned a 1 to 5 star rating based on established criteria. As we have done on an annual basis, staff will provide a presentation summarizing the star ratings of our schools from the Maryland report cards for the 2023-24 school year. This data has already been released to schools, and each school has reviewed the data as part of the school improvement process. I'll turn things over to Mr. Wernick, who will introduce the team presenting the data this evening.
Either one. Now it's on. 4 times the charm. Good evening, board members. Again, we're here to look at our report card data from the 2023-24 school year. We have Dr. Hart, who will be presenting some of the beginning information. Then we have Mr. Yurdahl and Ms. Hill, who will also be presenting some of the data that's specific to our star rating. And then I will actually finish up with just some next steps, ongoing steps that we will look at as we continue to monitor our data.
First time. Greetings on behalf of the team to our board president, board members, student representative, and our superintendent. As shared, we are here to talk about the Maryland report card data, and we'll begin with our objective, and we're going to be sharing the Maryland report card data, comparing star ratings and scores from the 2022-2023 school year and the 2023-24 school year, simply school year 23 and school year 24. And we will be identifying strengths, areas of focus, and our next steps. How? We're going to use a presentation and discussion model. And why do we do this? To monitor our school performance and use the data to make informed decisions. We are going to begin with the Maryland report card data for the actual state, and then we will share specifics to CCPS Maryland report card information. So I have this chart here with some highlights, and so I'm going to actually ask Mr. Yurdahl to go to the next slide, because I'm actually going to highlight what you see on these charts for this slide and the next slide, and hopefully you have your copy available, because I know that the print is really small. And we're going to begin with the overall summary, and this summary is according to information that we received directly from MSDE. About 83% of schools earned a star rating of 3 or higher. 41% earned a star rating of 4 or 5, which was a 4% increase in comparison to school year 23. There was a 3% decrease in the numbers of schools receiving a 1 or a 2 star. Multilingual learners, economically disadvantaged, and students with disability service groups performed lower than all student groups. 76% of schools had no change in their star rating. 15% increased by 1 star. 4% increased by 2 stars, and 8% decreased by 1 star, and no schools decreased by 2 stars. And individual school results can be found on the Maryland Report Card website, which is mdreportcard.org, if anyone wants further information. Yes, thank you. This chart here is, this provides a quick summary in the comparison of star ratings by level. And at the elementary school level, we have 2 more schools with 3-star ratings and 1 less 4 and 5-star ratings. At the middle school level, we have 2 less 3-star ratings and 2 more schools with 4-star ratings. At the high school level, we have 1 school with a 2-star rating, 1 less 3-star rating, and the number of schools with 4-star ratings remain the same, and you'll hear more details about that as Mr. Yurdahl and Ms. Hill speaks on it and show you the individual charts. And as noted on the chart, Pars Ridge and Crossroads Middle are not included in this data, and they'll explain that part as well. And then my last chart is the Maryland report card is equivalent according to the state, just like we give students report cards in reference to their performance. This is how the schools perform according to the Maryland School Accountability System. and we use this information to communicate to our stakeholders. This information, again, can be found on the Maryland Report Card. You've heard me say that plug a couple of times because the state often asks us to do that, so please mark that how many times I did that, please. The schools are measured by different indicators, and it's based on grade band. Schools have the potential to earn anywhere from 90 to 100 points if they were to receive a perfect score, and the indicators will be discussed more in relation to each grade band by Mr. Yerdal and Ms. Hill when they will show you the actual data. With that, Mr. Yerdal and Ms. Hill will share the CCPS specific Maryland School Report Card highlights by grade level, and as Mr. Warnick shared, he will follow up with our next steps that we collaborated on, specific to CCPS.
Good evening, board members. Within each report card domain for elementary schools, there are several items that contribute to the overall number of points awarded. These measures are similar to the 23 measures and can be compared to one another as opposed to the changes made the year prior. Some of our elementary schools either qualified or no longer qualified for scores in English language proficiency due to the fluctuating population sizes of our multilingual learners. The total possible points earned by these schools ranges from 90 to 100, and that would depend on whether or not they qualify for that specific indicator. This bar graph compares elementary school star ratings from 23 and 24, with the green bars representing 23 and the blue bars representing school year 24. The county average has maintained its overall 4-star rating. However, we no longer have any 5-star schools. We've seen a slight drop in 4-star schools and a slight increase in our 3-star schools. Our highest performing school performed better than 91% of Maryland schools, while our lowest performing school performed better than 39% of Maryland schools. This chart shows us how our elementary schools performed as a county in each indicator. We have an overall score of 65.2 out of 100 as compared to a 67.5 the year prior. Even though we experienced slight decreases in our total earned points within the county, academic achievement, academic progress, and progress in achieving English language proficiency have slightly decreased, while we increased within indicators school quality and student success. I know this is a bit difficult to read. This chart parses out each indicator by individual elementary school compared to the 2023 school year. Whenever you see an asterisk, there have been placed in areas where not enough data has been provided. This is primarily for the schools that did not qualify or later did qualify for English language proficiency within that indicator. Any school that did not qualify for points were scored out of a 90, as I mentioned earlier. So this view basically shows individual schools performing in each indicator as opposed to others. Pars Ridge is included with Mount Airy Elementary, which is why it's not included on this list. To summarize report card elementary school performance, CCPS has experienced a decline in the number of 5- and 4-star schools and an increase in 3-star schools. Additionally, 4 schools fluctuated in the total possible points earned due to proficiency in English language proficiency because of the number or the end size of our multilingual learners. Many of our schools experienced decreases in academic achievement and academic progress, while most schools increased in school quality and student success. Overall, the county slightly decreased from overall 67.5 to a 65.2 for points earned this school year. And now I'll pass on the presentation to Ms. Hill, who will share middle school and high school report card results.
Give me one moment, Ms. Holden. Does any of the board members have any questions regarding elementary?
I have a comment if I can, and again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I can hear it now. The public will be like, oh my God, we went down, we went down. I hope folks don't take this report and put it under their pillow and sleep on it. I think folks need to understand really carefully that almost a third of the rubric that they use to give us points are associated with progress. So when you're performing up here and you improve a little bit, you only get so many points, as opposed to a school that's down here and has the same level of progress, they get a lot more points. So I really want folks to take that home and understand that just because we're seeing a decrease in the overall score, it doesn't mean our schools are underperforming or getting worse. It just means that we haven't, we've progressed maybe the same as another school, but we get fewer points with that same level of progress because we're already way up here as opposed to a school system that's already down here. So I hope folks take that, put that in perspective, and take it for what it's worth. So I want our educators and our students to understand that we're still really proud of your work. We're still really proud of what you're doing. Can we improve? Absolutely. But please don't take these scores home and put them under your pillow and sleep on them. It's not worth it. I hope I'm correct in categorizing that.
Thank you. You are.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Dorsey, why don't you start?
Okay, well, again, I was looking at the school quality and student success column, and again, I usually come to this well-rounded curriculum statement because, again, at our elementary level, all of our students are enrolled in those courses. But again, I mean, are there like special ed students or others that might impact that somewhat, or?
Yes, Dr. Dorsey, that's correct. Usually all our students receive the same courses, but there may be times that a student doesn't receive a certain course or a certain area where they do not get the credit for that. Absolutely.
And like the special ed students, I mean, if they have like a modified curriculum, would they still get credit for that or not?
It's usually for students who are diploma bound, and so it would depend on where they are within the modified curriculum setting. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, taking Mr. Whistler's point, it is a bit sobering. It's a little bit sad that we don't have a single five-star school, considering we're always top 3 in terms of our school system. So it's a little bit mysterious in that way. But my question, more so it's on page 13 here. I'm trying to figure out in terms of the earned points and this indicator, if you look like, for example, at Carrolltown Elementary School, that area, 23, SY23, the total was 63.79, and then the total for 24 was 70.25. So I'm trying to figure out why the overall percentage was more for SY23 than SY24.
When you look at Carrolltown as well, you could see that our English language proficiency, so some of that's taken out, which may change the scoring. When you have, for Carrolltown English language, you get 100% of the points. There's 90%, so that may fluctuate a little bit of the points if I answered your question.
I think so. I'm just trying to figure out why one total is more, yet the percentage is lower. If you see that, right? 63.79 as opposed to 70.25. Then overall percentage is 70.88 as compared to 70.25 for 24. Do you see where I am?
I don't. I hope this will answer your question. To qualify for progress in achieving English language proficiency, you have to have a certain number of students, and if you don't qualify for the certain number of students, your total the total possible points that can be earned will be out of 90 instead of 100. So for Carrolltown, this is a good example. The previous year, for school year 2023, they did not qualify, so their overall percentage was was calculated out of 90 total possible points. Versus this past year, they did qualify for that, and so 6 out of 10. Since 10 is the total number of possible points you can get in that category, would generally decrease for school year 24 slightly, knowing that there are also increases in other indicators.
Thank you.
All right, so now we'll take a look at middle school measures. So these measures are very similar to our elementary measures, and they stay the same from 2023. But it should be noted that the academic progress for middle schools does include the percentage of students scoring proficient in the grade 8 MISA and grade 8 social studies MCAP assessments. And school quality and student success does also include students enrolled in computational learning. So this bar graph compares 2023 and 2024 middle school star ratings. 2 of our middle schools increased from 3 stars in 2023 to 4 stars in 2024, and the rest of our middle schools maintained their ratings. And I would like you to note that Crossroads Middle does not appear in this data. Our highest performing middle school performed better than 93% of middle schools, while our lowest performing middle school performed better than 67% of Maryland schools. And this chart represents how our middle schools performed overall in each indicator. Carroll County Middle Schools had an overall performance of 60.5 in 2024 compared to 57.2 in 2023. And our middle schools did increase in all 4 indicators in 2024. All right, so looking at each middle school's performance within each indicator, you can see that 2 of our schools' total possible points earned is out of 100, and this is due to qualifying scores in progress in achieving English language proficiency. And it should be noted that both schools did increase their scores by over 4 points. All of our middle schools increased in points earned for school quality and student success. And 7 of our middle schools increased in overall percentage, which is reflected in the star ratings. So to summarize, we did increase to 5 4-star schools at the middle school level, and our overall score for middle schools increased to 60.5 in 2024.
Board members have any questions for middle school?
Just a comment. I see Miss Gramata back there grinning from ear to ear. Nice job to you and your principals.
All right, then we'll do high schools. Thank you.
All right, so the high school measures also stayed the same from school year 2023. They do differ from elementary and middle school measures in that graduation rate and readiness for post-secondary success are included. This bar graph compares 2023 and 2024 high school star ratings. 1 of our schools decreased in rating while the rest maintained their ratings from 2023. Our highest performing high schools performed better than 90% of Maryland schools, while our lowest performing high school performed better than 49% of Maryland schools. And this chart represents how our high schools performed overall in each indicator. Carroll County High Schools had an overall performance of 62.7 in 2024 compared to 62.2 in 2023. Our schools increased in graduation rate, readiness for post-secondary success, and school quality and student success. They maintained in academic achievement and decreased in progress in achieving English language proficiency. And then looking at each high school's performance within each indicator, we can see that 1 additional school did qualify for a score in progress in achieving English language proficiency, which increased their total possible points earned to 100, while 1 school did not qualify for a score in the same category, which reduced their total possible points earned. 7 of our high schools increased in the school quality and student success indicator, and 5 of our high schools increased in overall percentage for 2024. So to summarize, 1 of our high schools decreased in star rating while the rest maintained their ratings from 2023. Another school qualified for points in progress in achieving English language proficiency while the previous school did not. And the overall score for high schools increased to 62.7 in 2024. Okay. So we've shared some details, as we've mentioned before, but we have another shameless plug for the Maryland Report Card site. Please check that out for more information, and Mr. Wernick will now discuss next steps for our school.
As I shared earlier, really, instead of next steps, I want you to think of them as ongoing steps, because we never stop progress monitoring. As soon as we receive our data, we're looking at it not only as a central office staff, but meeting with school teams, and school teams are looking at it as well, to really look at developing instructional plans for their students, ensuring that their curriculum is where it needs to be to meet the students' needs, and then to support any academic challenges that students may have with interventions. We also work collaboratively from a central office staff to a school staff to really really look at our curriculum and our instruction, how it aligns to our assessments. And then do our assessments really then align to state assessments and national assessments. So we truly look at that continuously to ensure that our content frameworks mirror what needs to be taught to ensure that our students are learning across all other areas. And then professional learning is so important to ensure that our students, that our teachers are receiving the professional learning to support our students, that they understand their content, that they understand the alignment to national and state norms, and that that we're providing the best instruction to our students that we possibly can.
Mr. Whistler, do you have a question?
Yeah, again, two things, please. Number one, we invested last year in a lot of instructional assistance for math, reading. Are we seeing payoff from that? That's number one. And then number two, at my conference in Orlando, we talked about chronic absenteeism. And I tell you, parents, one of the easiest things you can do to help us increase these star ratings is get your kids to school. Chronic absenteeism is one of the things that's judged on these star ratings, and it's a problem nationwide. But with regards to chronic absenteeism, some of the things we talked about in Orlando was limiting the number of half days and then having full days off rather than half days off, because we see a lot of kids just not come to school for half days, or targeting those half days or full days off on a Friday or a Monday. But so just, again, two questions. One, how's the payoff going for that investment on instructional assistance? And then two, have we looked at maybe structuring our half-day, full days on a Monday and Friday to cut down on absenteeism? Thank you.
When we look at progress of our students, we really do see gains of our students. Of course, each student we look at individually to ensure that they are making progress. And we really look at, if they're not making progress, then what can we do to improve them? Is it an intervention not working? Is it the time of day? Is it that they're not receiving, enough support? And so it really is, we look at our students individually, and I have to say that they truly are making progress, as you can see by some of the data that we've shared in the past.
Just to jump in, I'm sorry to interrupt, team. You couldn't see me stand up back here. So to answer two parts of your questions, Mr. Whistler, yes, I think the investments that we've done through those additional compensatory education dollars are starting to pay off by our local measures. However, the Maryland report card data is based on MCAP data. So that's last year's MCAP data. I anxiously await. We still have a large chunk of the school year between now and when we administer those assessments. And then we look forward to getting those results as early as possible so we can start to disaggregate. But we are seeing strides. And at the elementary level, I talked to you earlier in the school year about some acceleration strategies that we've deployed to target some of that, specifically in grades 3 through 5 and reading. And attendance is always a tough one. Our staff works incredibly hard to obviously get our kids here on time every day. But on an individual basis, we work with families to make sure when a student is not attending and not meeting that attendance standard that we've set, that our school counselors are involved, our teachers are involved. We have a tiered process for intervening. Lots of staff that work in student services, in addition to the school-based folks, are working with families to get that in. But Mr. Whistler, your suggestions to families of getting kids here that is the number one way families can help us, is make sure kids are here and here on time. Once they're here, we can do a lot with them.
And I'll just add to that whenever we bring you a calendar for the next school year, one of the things that we have analyzed in our proposed calendar to you is that we've looked at the days off and thought about them from the perspective of would the days that the days off fall on affect student attendance. So it's one of the things we look at all the time is, if we had this day off versus this other day off, which one would give us better attendance data? So yes, it's definitely always on our minds.
Is there a reason why we're seeing an attendance issue? I mean, is it maybe parents are more cognitive since COVID? Like, my kid's got a little bit of a cough or low grade fever, like they're just going ahead and keeping them home versus sending them like like we used to?
We've never fully recovered from the COVID years in our attendance. While our attendance as a school system is high comparatively, what we see is more sensitivity from parents in having their students stay home if they're sick versus what they did before COVID. And also, because of some of our devices and the way that our students have access to their learning, it's easier for students to be able to stay home when they're sick and keep up with their work. And so we have seen that as a ramification of making some of that a little bit easier for students. And then just one other thing I'll add is we have a neighboring school system that just looked at being able to increase attendance in one of their schools that had the worst attendance in the district. And they were able to increase attendance by 30% by employing what I would call a very basic strategy. And that strategy was calling home. I know it sounds simple, but oftentimes it's the basic, simple strategies that we have always used that work the best. And so that's why we encourage our principals, our assistant principals, and our pupil personnel workers to make sure that they have relationships with families, that they're communicating regularly with families, and that they're working with those families to make sure that there are no obstacles for their children getting to school.
Dr. McCabe, if it's okay, I'd like to add one more piece. We would like to give a kudos to our content supervisors who are also monitoring your investment this year. And I'll also say part of last year as well, we've seen a huge increase in data request reports. And they are using those data request reports to go back to those schools, as Mr. Warnick shared, to have those conversations. So it's just not blind conversations. It's conversations based on the real data and ongoing data and their benchmark results and their assessment results and their classroom reports results. And so with that, we've seen an increase in what we're going to do for small groups of students, for individual students, for whole class, for curriculum, for our assessments. And so we've seen the data drive our conversations and our decision making. So we want to say kudos to them and to our technology team who also helps us to pull reports when we get bombarded and we need some extra help with our systems that we have in place. And we actually have some really good systems in place to be able to pull our data. So we're excited about that. And we're able to, kudos to our directors because they invite us to our meetings, us to their meetings to show our principals how to gather some of the data if needed. So all of those areas are helping to pull together to make sure that the students are getting what they need and to help us to monitor what we're doing. So I just wanted to give a kudos because we have been having more data discussions based on real on-time data, not last year's MCAP data, and that makes a real difference.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Folks just don't understand the connection between our central office staff and our schools and our principals. Our educators, our paraprofessionals, they work really, really hard. And, it shows when you're top 3 in math, science, ELA year after year after year. But again, great job. We really appreciate the great report. At least I do. Don't mean to speak for everybody.
Dr. Melville?
Just one little comment. And of course, we want to make sure that all of our schools receive what they need, students, staff and so forth. It's a little disconcerting that Gateway School, there was such a drop in academic achievement and even a greater drop in readiness for post-secondary success. I don't know if you have the answer today, but I'd want to know why there are these major drops and a loss of a star, and if not, can we investigate that, what they need at that school?
We can look into that data for you and be sure to gather that and provide that for you. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Streeter.
Hi. Just I can speak. Of course, we dove into that, Dr. Malvo, when we got the results. One of the complexities with the Gateway School is it's a very small population, so those shifts are very sensitive to the student data set. Mr. Yerdal and I met about that. We talked to Mr. Wetzel, principal Gateway. So one of the challenges as our alternative school, where our students come and go within a semester, and they're so just make sure perspective-wise, students at Gateway generally aren't there all year. Many students at Gateway are there for a portion of the year, maybe there and finishing an assessment and then going back. So and our numbers are very small. I mean, the student population right now at Gateway is 100 students total. So when you compare that across the board versus and it's enrollment changes. Sometimes we have to 125, 150 students, but with a sensitive population of 100, if you took that to any of our schools, you'd see a similar sensitivity. So I think that's the big contributing factor that we could kind of gather was the sensitive data for how few students are there. And then how few students are taking those assessed courses as well. So you narrow it even smaller because it's not all 100 students are taking those assessments.
And before you go, Mr. Streeter, I was thinking the same thing concerning, the PRIDE program, because seeing that certainly for the upper level, the Gateway School is there, but again, we don't have that kind of data for our PRIDE students.
Correct. And in PRIDE, like Crossroads, the student data set is so small that they don't have, they don't reach whatever the threshold is that MSD identifies. So it's a similar piece with that swing. We're going to see that. And graduation rate, I would hope that you'll join us at Gateway's graduation this fall. It's an awesome, it is the best graduation Carroll County does because of the way we celebrate our graduates at Gateway. And we have tremendous success with our students graduating from Gateway. So, we were a little bit shocked to see how that plays out. But that's some of the cohorting and different things. The 5-year, 4-year cohorts contribute to that too. So again, we looked at it, and we're not making any quick conclusions as to what we might need to do with that because the population is very variable.
Any other questions? Chloe?
I just had a question for the middle school measures for academic progress with the well-rounded curriculum. I know some 8th graders take foreign language like Spanish. Do we know if that would ever be included in academic progress, or if that's something that, because it's only for 8th graders, it's not included in?
When you're looking at the Maryland report card, it is not. They do look at well-rounded to make sure that students have taken certain courses, but specific to, is it one specific course? No, it would look at all courses at the middle school. We're a little bit different when you go to high school when they're looking at some of the courses that have either MCAP or end of course assessments.
All right, any other questions? Thank you. Next, we will move on to reports. First is 4A legislative updates. Dr. McCabe.
We are a month into the 2025 legislative session and have passed the bill filing date in both bodies. We are providing a report of the bills we're tracking, which could have an impact on the schools if enacted. The tracking list is presented for your review and any discussion you wish to have. At the March meeting, we'll be further into the session and will be able to present an update on the bills which appear to be moving forward at that time. Questions?
Dr. McCabe, are there specific ones that board members should be keeping an eye on that potentially have any financial implications for us?
I would, yeah, and Mr. Whistler will, and Mr. O'Neill will expound on that as well, but I would encourage the board to really make sure that you follow the governor's bill on education, because that's the bill that we are looking to in order to give us some fiscal relief with Blueprint. Mr. O'Neill?
That's the big one I would have mentioned. The governor's bill, the Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act, is House Bill 504, cross-filed as Senate Bill 429. And it's sort of like the Budget Reconciliation Act for the proposals that we've talked about in our budget process, the changes to the foundation, et cetera. I think, Mr. Whistler, you wanted to comment.
Yeah. Sure, I can comment, and of course my colleague Dr. Dorsey as well. We work really hard. Some of the bills that I've been tracking, and Dr. Dorsey as well, I don't mean to speak for her, but just a couple off the top of my head. House Bill 66, Senate Bill 8, it was a bill where it would require us to report our energy usage by building. We were lucky to convince our colleagues in MABE to oppose that bill because it would put too much work on our staff to do that. Another bill that we talked about was House Bill 134, cross-filed as 498, related to seat belts on buses. We convinced our colleagues at MABE to oppose that legislation as we thought it would be too onerous on our bus contractors. If that bill were to pass, it would actually limit the number of people we can put on a bus per seat. And buses are so big, so large, the safety factor already there is solid for our students. So we were successful in asking them to oppose that bill. Another bill I can briefly, House Bill 197, Senate Bill 68, related to restorative practices. One of the things that I voiced concern about was we don't want to hamstring ourselves and tie our hands at the local level in meeting out disciplinary issues if needed. MABE will support that bill, House Bill 197, related to restorative practices, but the language in the bill currently is optional on local education authorities. So it's not anything we have to implement. It's just something that we can consider. So another bill that I made a pen and ink mark on that I thought might be instrumental was Senate Bill 68. No, I just talked about that. Yeah, we definitely talked about House Bill, trying to change the funding formula for that. That's really it. Unless, Dr. Dorsey, you have anything that comes to mind?
Did you just mention 736?
Yes, the funding
Going
formula.
to support that, but then we went to no position on that. It's an interesting process that's followed in the legislative meetings because, again, when they actually do votes, all of the actual representatives have the opportunity to vote on whether MABE should support or not support, or whether they should oppose, have no position, or monitor. And it's interesting because sometimes they just choose to, still try to weigh in on a bill just so they can have some voice in it.
Have a
They
seat
may
at
not
the
agree
table.
with it totally to begin with.
Yeah.
But again, if they can still have a seat at the table, they can have an opportunity to try to add some amendments or to make it more suitable for our school systems. And honestly, I think the biggest thing that has really played out is by setting the priorities for the year. I think the committee is just really making sure that if a bill does not fit with one of our resolutions, or if it's not in line with our top priorities, they choose not to participate. And local control is certainly a big area for MABE. They want to make sure that is not being infringed upon. And certainly the unfunded mandates
Absolutely.
is another big one.
Yeah, and the bill you referenced, House Bill 736, that was related to school construction local costs. And so we wanted to make sure that our commissioners weren't on the hook to lose local cost, application of funds. So, again, we get funds from the state, and then the commissioners have to kick in funds. We wanted to make sure we wouldn't lose any state funding for any kind of construction or capital projects. So that's the bill you're referring to there.
Yes. Mhm.
And then again, yes, of course, we are definitely tracking the funding formula bill, the bill you mentioned, Mr. O'Neill. And again, we really need the public to contact folks. I know we have a handout in the back of the room of legislators you can contact to help them, convince them to ease the blueprint mandates so that we can have more local control here, because as I think you're going to hear later, it does have some real big consequences for Carroll County.
Right, and that's the one bill that they rescheduled the hearing to accommodate the governor's schedule. So the
Correct.
governor's going to be at the hearing.
I think it'll be the
for-
19th now.
Yes, Bill 429. It's
February 19th.
Senate Bill
Senate Bill
429.
429.
House Bill 504 is cross-filed as Senate Bill 429.
And to amplify an important point Dr. Dorsey made, if someone ever looks at well, why did MABE or why did the Superintendent's Association or why did any group take a particular position on a bill, you're limited to 3 choices in Annapolis in a committee process. You can either support a bill, oppose a bill, or support with amendment. And if you make a choice to oppose a bill completely, then you're sort of removed from the subcommittee discussion, the ultimate committee process. Yeah. And so organizations have to make those choices. And so sometimes people may say, well, why would MABE support that bill? Well, oppose with amendments if you pass it isn't a choice. So it's either support with amendment if you want to be in the subcommittee room when they discuss the bill and changes to it. So that's why that sometimes shakes out that way.
And thank you both, Mr. Whistler and Dr. Dorsey, for being on those committees and, just keep.
A lot of time.
Yeah, it is a lot of time.
I think every other Monday for a few hours, there's a meeting. And again, things happen quickly. So again, what's on the chopping block at one meeting, you might see something else brought up at the next meeting.
And definitely keep, all of us, informed if anything that, you feel that might help to testify on or send a letter on or have somebody go on our behalf to speak on our behalf. So I appreciate that from both of you. Right, next is our school construction report, 4B.
This is the monthly school construction report, which provides updates on the status of our major CIP projects. Mr. Marks is available if there are any questions this evening.
Nope, none?
Oh, yes, Mr. Marks, if you could come up.
Good evening.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Things going good?
Yes, things are going good. And we're about to release a bid package this week for the kindergarten edition, so we're excited.
Great.
All right.
Dr. Malvo, did you have a question?
Yeah, or maybe more of a comment. I understand that, just for clarity's sake, to understand this, that we're not going to do expansion of pre-K additions in the future, I understand. And so these additions that are going on begin in 2025, are coming to completion. But once these are done, we are not doing any more pre-K, I understand, additions, or?
I believe Mr. Kane does have a plan for another wave after this 6th.
Okay.
In this facility's master plan.
Okay.
I don't know the exact number, but I believe there is another wave to be planned. We had to space them out for funding, obviously.
All right.
No problem.
All right. And then next we have is 4C, Blueprint Update Report. Dr. McCabe.
So almost since the beginning of my term as a superintendent, I've shared with the board and with stakeholders throughout the community the complex challenges associated with the legally required fiscal compliance under the blueprint. As we have previously discussed, under the IAB MSBE Joint Policy Number 2, we have 3 years to become fiscally compliant as defined in the law. With this school year, or the 2024-25 school year, being year 1 of that timeline. I've also shared that we plan to become 50% compliant in year 2, or the 2025-26 school year, by implementing significant changes to staffing at the secondary level. In year 3, or the 26-27 school year, we plan to implement significant changes to staffing at the elementary level as part of the final phase to reaching fiscal compliance. On January 8th, we presented the report of my fiscal compliance work group, and that was eye-opening. We described the initial report as a framework that we would use for implementation. The process we must undertake to meet Blueprint fiscal compliance is very involved, as detailed in the report. It involves labor management and collective bargaining considerations, school resource and staffing changes, class size changes, and changes to course offerings. This work is always ongoing, is all-consuming for this school system, and will be that way until this process is complete in the school year 26-27. In recognition of the severity of these changes, we are committed to bringing key updates to the board on a monthly basis. Tonight's update may be shocking when you see the staffing changes, position reductions, and projected class size changes. Achieving fiscal compliance will bring tremendous change to how we staff and operate our schools. These changes will include the implementation of a new classroom staffing allocation standard. This new classroom allocation standard will differentiate the number of staff assigned to each school. Schools with larger percentages of students eligible under compensatory education will have more staff and smaller class sizes, while schools with smaller percentages of students eligible under compensatory education will have less staffing and larger class sizes. The new classroom staffing allocation standard will be accomplished by reallocating staff across our schools on a scale that we have never experienced before. In addition to staffing and class size changes, we will need to eliminate, reduce, and repurpose additional positions across our school system to meet fiscal compliance. As I have said many times before, these changes are unprecedented and will be very challenging for us. The decade of cuts we experienced from FY09 to FY19 leaves us in a position where we must make changes to staffing at the school level. We simply have no fat remaining, as we have the smallest central office and administration staffing in the state, and the second smallest instructional support staff in the state. And Blueprint is fully focused on resources in schools and how those resources are provided in one school versus another based on the students. We have the majority of our resources in schools already, but now we have to rearrange those resources across different schools. I fully recognize that these changes are complex, and each will have a profound impact on our schools, staff, students, and communities. I also realize that these Blueprint changes are occurring at the same time we are facing an operating budget deficit for next year. This is not where any of us hoped we would be. Many of these changes are not what I want to do, at least not to this level or in this manner. But we must move forward to meet the requirements of the Blueprint law on the timeline provided by the state. I will continue to advocate for our students with leaders at MSDE and the AIB. I will also continue to provide information to our community in a transparent manner, including with new town hall meetings in a few weeks. Mr. O'Neill and Mr. Shockney are here to present the plan for meeting the legally required fiscal compliance under the Blueprint in greater detail. We certainly anticipate questions and discussions as we move through this.
Thank you, Dr. McCabe. Was that on? That's on. Okay. Thank you, Dr. McCabe, and good evening, board members. The way this is going to work tonight is I'm going to provide a little bit of background on the fiscal compliance piece and what the numbers are, and then Mr. Shockney is going to really go to a much deeper level than we've been able to do in the past in terms of what those outcomes mean for schools in terms of staffing and projected class size and that sort of thing. Obviously, news of this I'm sure will spread, and so people can watch this meeting. They're either watching it now or they can stream this meeting later. However, they also can go to your Board of Ed website and then to Blueprint and then to the fiscal compliance part of that website and see all of this information. So the The report that we presented in January is presently there. That report is updated now to reflect this evening's additional detail and will be posted tomorrow on the website so people can go there and get that information and see these slides or the data that's in these slides that we're presenting. This is the first time in a public meeting where we're able to talk about the operating budget and now this fiscal compliance in the same setting. And you know, we've been trying to make sure that we explain that they're related. They sort of collide with each other at different times, but they're distinct things. They're distinct pieces of work or processes. But it may be helpful that we have both on the same agenda tonight. Later tonight, you'll return to your discussion on the operating budget. Hopefully, with what we're going to present tonight, folks can begin to better understand how one thing impacts another or how a choice here impacts something over here in fiscal compliance. So we want to take just a couple minutes and talk about those two things. You've had several recent meetings on your operating budget, but the way we're approaching the operating budget at the high level is that's about how much revenue we have each year to run the school system versus what do we know our expenditures are likely to be that same year. It's the bigger picture version of the budget. And then it's about making sometimes like a year like this, very tough choices as to how do we balance those things. If we have expenditures that we project will exceed our known revenues, what are we going to do to make those two numbers balance? And that's the tough conversation we've been having with you for the last few meetings. That continues. We still have that to solve. This blueprint fiscal compliance isn't so much about next year's budget and money versus expenditures or new revenue versus new expenditures. This is about rearranging all of the existing revenue and spending it in a manner that complies with the blueprint law. And so it doesn't matter if we never get another dollar or even if we were to get less dollars in a future year, or whether we can grow the system or cut the system. This still happens every year as part of blueprint compliance. It's how we spend the money we have, and the rule of blueprint is that we have to spend money at the school level, and we have to then spend that money at the school level in very specific ways that the money comes to us through the formula. Those ways include, but not limited to, special education services, multilingual learner services, and compensatory ed or farm student services. Those are the big ones. So that's kind of just a thumbnail of these two processes happen at the same time. As you know from the recent meetings, just in the operating budget as a whole, we've identified that we're anticipating $9.3 million in revenue, new revenue, and looking at $12.9 million in new or additional expenditures. And so that's left the superintendent, as she proposed a budget and passed it to you for your work, looking at $3.6 million in deficit, or looking at $3.6 million in expenditures to reduce to balance the budget. So that's the scale of that challenge or that process. This challenge is beyond anything we've ever approached in a single fiscal year before. Realigning our school resources to comply with how Blueprint says we must spend our existing money, we're now down to a $44 million change. And that's actually good news. You'll see in a minute. Earlier in our work as a work group, that number was significantly higher than that. But that's still just a very difficult number to work through. And when you're talking about realigning your expenditures, our expenditures are almost all on staff. And when you're talking about realigning your expenditures where Blueprint requires, which is in the schools at the school level, almost all of our expenditures are on staff at the school level. So that's where the movement, that's where the changes have to take place, in the schools and with school-based staff, or moving some other staff to the schools. So Dr. McKay mentioned this in her introduction. The state, through their joint policy 2, gave us 3 years to comply, this current year being year one. By next year, we have to be 50% there. By fiscal '27, we have to be 100% there. The plan we laid out at the January 8 meeting is that we'll get there by making 100% of the compliance changes at secondary schools, middle and high, next year, and then 100% of the compliance changes at elementary schools the following year. Going back to the January 8 meeting when we first presented the report, these were the initial numbers that we were looking at having to close or adjust in order to achieve fiscal compliance. Our compliance gap in compensatory ed, we were looking at $39 million, $5 million in ESOL or multilingual learners, and then another $13 million in order to offer the schools some variance in the program areas of compensatory ed and ML or multilingual learners. Because this comes down to staff, we can't leave our schools in a position where they have to think over hard about who they hire for a specific role, and is that role assigned to comp ed or is that role assigned to EASE? We can't put our schools in that situation, and so we're creating a variance in those two program areas so that a school can't staff itself out of compliance. The challenge that comes with that is all of this is money being spent somewhere right now, and almost all of it's being spent right now on staff. And so if you're going to free up a variance or you're going to close a gap, you're going to have to free up the money from existing staff. So that was in January 8th. The good news is, through a lot of work based on how that report lays out, we have been able to identify some significant expenditures that we can code to compensatory ed. Largely, that is the money we spend on special ed above the required blueprint amounts. That's 10.3 million of the change, or of the positive change here. And then a few other items totaling about 1.6 million that our budget staff has been able to identify. So that, that takes a $39 million initial gap in comp ed and makes it a $27 million gap. And then in ESOL or multilingual learners, historically we have not coded our ESOL teachers as expenditures at the school level, so just that future action alone will narrow that gap from $5 million initially down to something closer to $4 million. So 57 million becomes 44 million, and that in general is a piece of good news. That's still a lot, and I want to, as I pass this presentation off to Mr. Shockney, I want to try to frame that number. I said this before, and I think it probably doesn't resonate so well with folks because it seems like, well, 10%. $44 million is 10% of your unrestricted operating budget. That's a tremendous amount of money. Dr. McCabe has eloquently pointed out the decades of cuts to the school system's expenditures that preceded, her tenure as superintendent, but that matter now because those are resources that aren't available to become part of this and to help soften this at the school level. So 10% of your operating budget, but not just 10% of your operating budget. Your operating budget still by state law, before Blueprint and still now. So your budget book or the online version, your budget is broken into what we call 13 major categories. $44 million is more than all but 2 of the major categories of your operating budget. 11 categories of your major operating budget, this is more money than. So the only 2 categories that $44 million is less than is your instructional salary category. 77% of our budget is there. And your special ed category, which is about 70 million. This is more money than transportation. This is more money than building maintenance. This is more money than plant, custodians and upkeep of schools. This is more money than all its student services, than all of those other categories. And in many cases, it would be more money than those categories combined, 3 or 4 of them at a time. So instead of just saying 10%, I wanted to try to put it into that kind of context. If anyone wants to look that up, they can open your budget book or online and just look at page 20 where we break down the major categories by a whole dollar amount, and you'll be able to see some of those numbers. And with that, I hand this off to Mr. Shockney for the dubious honor of presenting the impacts.
As Dr. McCabe shared earlier, this plan will result in unprecedented change for our system. The plan, once implemented, our system will look very differently next year as we implement the secondary changes, and the following year at the elementary level will look very, very different. So fiscal compliance and CCPS are going to require several things, not one thing, but several things to happen. The first is what we've shared previously, and that's the implementation of a new classroom staffing allocation standard. And I'm talking about classroom teachers when I say that. Classroom teachers being at the elementary level what we would typically call our homeroom teachers, or our teachers that teach reading, math, social studies, and science. At the middle school level, classroom teachers, I define those as our core academic teachers as well as our related arts teachers. And at the high school level, that includes our core academic areas as well as our electives. And I say that now because as I break down some data slides in the future, that's how I've organized them. But the implementation of the new classroom staffing allocation will require two things. First, elimination of positions. We will be eliminating approximately 92 positions through the implementation of the new classroom allocation standard. In addition to that, we will be moving an additional 90 staff members to implement the new classroom standard. This will address our $27 million comp ed gap that exists, but that is not the only way that we can overcome the gap. In addition to the changes in class sizes and class allocation, we will need to further reduce and eliminate, as a result of staff sizing, we'll have to reduce and eliminate some of our course offerings at the high school level in particular, but also at our middle level, but specifically at our high school level, and that'll address the gap. But in addition to that new standard, we will need to eliminate, reduce, and modify additional positions beyond the 180 I just talked about, and that's going to be about an additional 100 positions. So overall, we're talking approximately 280 positions within 2 years looking very different than they do today. And that's where the unprecedented change will come, and that's where there'll be tremendous challenges and things to work through. And I'll articulate those more as we go. There also will need to be changes to service delivery models for our multilingual learners. That gap is $4 million, but again, that's another gap of dollars that are being spent somewhere currently that need to be shifted into services for multilingual learners. I'll talk a little bit about that as we go, but that will be a follow-up item for the March board meeting in which I'll present some additional information on multilingual learners, along with the specific course offerings at the secondary level, high schools in particular, that will look different for next year. As Mr. O'Neill pointed out, there are complicating factors. We have nothing left to trim. We have no positions at a central office. We have very few remaining due to the $40 million in previous cuts from FY09 to 19. We've highlighted those previously, which were 375 positions, and in addition, 3 schools were closed during that time period. Dr. McCabe had shared that other systems are going through a very similar process. However, other systems have what we have cut over that decade to work with. And if we had those 375 positions, the impact on classrooms and resources at the school level would look much different. It would look very, very different. But we do not have that luxury given the cuts that we've been through. As I talk about positions changing, as I talk about class sizes changing, as I talk about positions being eliminated or cut, I want to be clear, all of the positions that I'm going to reference tonight are essential. We value the folks in these roles. They work very hard day in and day out for our students, but we are left in a situation where we must make decisions, and therefore are doing so. But I don't want to in any way diminish the hard work of the individual people in these roles who are doing this work with our kids day in and day out. So again, I'll talk a little bit more as we get into these. So the implementation of the new classroom standard will result in us shifting staff from some places to others. There will be 90 staff members approximately that will be moved, but there will also be an additional 92 elimination or reductions in classroom teacher FTE. And that is so we can provide a structure where schools with higher percentages of comp ed eligible students will have a lower staff to student ratio, and schools with a lower percentage of eligible comp ed students will have a higher staff to student ratio. That is the only way that you can reasonably deploy $44 million and meet the fiscal requirement that's required under the blueprint. Here's the classroom staffing allocation standard that we've shared before. This basically, by level, we have developed a base and then 4 different tiers. Tier 1 being schools with the lowest number of compensatory education eligible students. Tier 4 being schools with the highest. And we've developed this, and then we have applied that to across all of our schools. And I'll show you that slide here in a moment. The projections. So I want to be clear as I am sharing numbers and data. These are projections, these are estimates. I will tell you that we have fine-tuned these multiple times, but I don't want any staff member, administrator, community member, or parent to walk away and say, this is exactly what the staffing allocation will be for my child's school next year. It very well may, but it also may not. We will continue to work to find efficiencies and implement any strategy to improve what we're planning. But in reality, it may be it, but these, again, are estimates and projections. And again, they could change over time. They're also based on this year's number of teachers and this year's number of students. So obviously, if enrollment goes up or down one way or the other, that will have an impact. But again, these are not the final staffing allocations for the upcoming school year. So this is the first slide where I want to just, and we've shared this before, but I will tell you, this has been updated since the last iteration. So some of the schools, especially when we were able to code the overages in special education to compensatory education, we were able to improve the ratio slightly. But this is the breakdown of tiers across elementary, middle, and high schools. I will point out for Winters Mill High School, that is an error, and I'll correct that. It should be 36% for the comp ed percentage there, but I'll update that for tomorrow when this is posted for the community.
This also reflects, so that some schools may have changed a tier, this also reflects updated enrollment data. And so when the work group was meeting, we still had last year's data as the most recent state certified. The underlying data that you don't see here that drives those percentages now reflects the state's current enrollment figures that they use for funding. And so there's some change there. We talked during the budget process about how we were disappointed our overall enrollment didn't go up, only up by 20, but our special populations did move, and comp ed was an area where we went up by 250 students. So that would have, factored into the data.
Can I make a comment? Just for the folks listening and tuning in, some folks may not know what comp ed is. Another word for comp ed is those folks on free and reduced meals. So for example, at Carrolltown, 13% of the students at Carrolltown are on free and reduced meals. So just for everyone's benefit that may not know that.
Thank you, Mr. West. Okay.
Mr. Shockney, I was going to ask if any of the board members had any questions they need to ask while you were ahead. Go ahead.
Back on page 10, just to clarify, the ratio does not equal classroom numbers, correct?
No.
Those are just straight numbers.
Those are straight numbers, staff to students.
Mm-hmm. So then we can assume that some of the classroom numbers would be, just for everyone's clarification, would be higher than what they see on the ratio, or lower based on what they see.
Well, yes, that's just the ratio of staff to students. And it's also complex, and that's why I'm going to put this into kind of more user-friendly language and visuals, because talking about ratios is a little bit difficult because the staff that we include doesn't, if you just go by the ratio, doesn't really reflect what the true class size will be, because at the elementary level, we deliver and we staff and we deliver instruction differently than how we schedule at the middle school level and at the high school level. So it's very different. So I'll work to that in a moment.
Really the purpose of that formula is that formula drives the changes in positions at every school level.
Yes,
So.
and it creates a base where anything over the base can be coded to compensatory education. That's the structure behind that. All right, so the first slide that I'm going to show, and I'm going to kind of show three phases, and I'm not going to work through every chart by line, but essentially I'm going to show a slide that's going to summarize the difference elementary, middle, and high, and then I'm going to break it down by elementary, but then by middle, and then by high. And I'm going to do it for the average, or just the number of teachers, roughly the average class sizes, and then the range in class sizes. So I'm going to do those three things 3 different times, each breaking it down each by level. So I mentioned when I began that in addition to, as part of implementing the new classroom staffing allocation standard, that there would be a reduction of 92 classroom positions as a result of that, in addition to moving an additional 90 staff. There is the breakdown based on the formula of what that will be. So 38.1 at the elementary level, 19.2 at the middle level, and 34.7 at the high school level. And to note, as I've projected these numbers out, the methodology is slightly different. Elementary, middle, and high began because how we schedule and how we deliver instruction at each of those levels is a little bit different. So at the elementary level, it's homeroom teachers only. At the middle school level, it's easier for me. I can include academic and related arts as well. But at the high school level, as I work out, it is just the 4 core academic areas: English, math, social studies, and science. It gets a little bit complicated to bring in electives as a part of that as we go. So this is an example. So here, the main chart, this is the change in from current FTE or teachers to projected teachers. This is the breakdown and what that means at each individual school level at the elementary level. The total at the bottom being 38.1, which was referenced in the beginning chart. Here is the breakdown for middle schools: current FTE, projected FTE, and the change. And across each level, you'll notice that the changes are substantial in a reduction in Tier 1 and Tier 2 schools, and oftentimes a maintenance or an increase at Tier 3 and 4 schools. And at the high school level, this is the breakdown of current FTE and projected FTE and the changes associated with it. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about class sizes and the changes that exist in the current class sizes. And again, a little different methodology at each level. And you can see that the greatest change in class size will be at the middle school level, but every level will experience an increase in average class size. This slide is it is a slide across all classrooms at the elementary, middle, and high level within each of those 3 areas. So that we're talking a lot of students and a lot of classes. So I know the average class size, projected, doesn't look too different than what it is now, but even a tenth or 2 of a difference here could have a big impact when we're talking across an entire level. I'm going to break this down a little bit further as we go. So now we're going to take a look at what the projected average class size will be at the elementary level. And you can see at the beginning, in Tier 1, there's a significant change in the projected average class size, as well as at the bottom, we're in our Tier 4 schools, a reduction in class sizes as well. Same thing projected out at the middle school level. And then again at the high school level. I will say there are some challenges for our very large schools at each level. Our schools with larger populations often are not always, many of our larger schools have fallen within that Tier 2 range as well, which makes things a little bit unique. So larger schools seem to experience a little bit of a greater impact if they don't have a higher percentage of compensatory education eligible students. So now is taking that classroom average and breaking it down a little bit more by ranges. Like what are, for example, could be some highs and lows observed in each of our schools. So this chart breaks down elementary, middle, and high by level and tier to show the effect of the application of the standard on those individual tiers at each level. So if I looked at the high school level, for example, tier 1, we have 2 schools. Those tier 1 schools, could experience a range anywhere from 27 students approximately all the way up to 42 students as well. But then if you look at high schools and tier 4, where we have 2 schools, those schools could see a range of class sizes as low as potentially 19.3 students and as high as 21.5. But if you look at the projected average, the classroom staffing allocation standard is doing what it's intending to do and provide higher class sizes at the tier 1 and 2 schools compared to lower class sizes at the tier 3 and 4 schools. And again, here's where I'll break that down further by school. And again, these are projections. Changes in enrollment could make a difference, obviously, in these projections over time. You'll note at the elementary level, there are some projected highs in Eldersburg, for example, of 44 students. I can say at that school in particular, that projected high is currently within our 5th grade students. So those students will be moving on to middle school. So again, projections based on this year's students. We don't know then, exactly what our kindergarten numbers will be for next year. But same thing holds true for Freedom and Mechanicsville. Those 3 largest groups happen to be all in 5th grade. But those groups are transitioning on. So hopefully those schools will not experience class sizes of that size, but it is likely or realistic that they could be. Here is the range at the middle school level as well, and then the range at the high school level. And we have been honest and transparent all along, board members, as you know, and I'm saying this more for any parent or community member, that our fear was that we'd have class sizes pushing 40, and I think we will have class sizings pushing 40. I don't think we'll have many class sizes over 40, but that is a possibility. All right, so as difficult as that is, that does not get us to fiscal compliance. We have to implement additional strategies for us to reach fiscal compliance. So that allocation of that standard alone won't get us there. So those moving 90 people, positions, and then cutting 92 positions still does not get us there. We have to identify additional strategies, or we have identified additional strategies that are necessary to provide fiscal compliance. They will include a further elimination of position, a further reduction in position, and then what I would refer to as repurposing of positions. So positions that exist today that will serve a very different role in the future within these areas. The next couple slides, to echo what I said before, I'm going to identify some positions as we go, and I want to be clear and echo what I said before. All the positions that I'm about to identify are essential and provide a vital service to our kids and to our community. So, and I'll begin with the positions. So, here we have actions, the specific position, and then the implementation timeline. We have attempted to implement we're going to attempt to implement all the secondary transitions next school year, and then the elementary changes the following year. However, some positions at the elementary level will need to begin next year because of its interrelatedness to a middle or high school position. The first is an elimination. When I say eliminate, it also means to cut, but eliminate a mentor teacher school counseling position. Also, eliminate 2 special education instructional consultants for inclusion. Eliminate a coordinator of instructional technology, that's an administrative position. Eliminate 2 teacher of instructional technology positions. We currently have 3. This would be an elimination of 2. And eliminate a coordinator for career and technical education. That is an administrative position with us currently. And then the next 5 positions listed, the action is identified as repurpose. And that will be true for the coordinator of secondary ELA, the coordinator of secondary mathematics, coordinator of secondary science, coordinator of secondary social studies, and the current coordinator of STEM. These 5 positions will remain administrative positions, but their purpose and job functions will shift. Instead of focusing solely on the specific content area at the secondary level, these administrators are going to focus on their content area, but in the area of compensatory education and across pre-K through 12th grade. Additionally, up here under action is a reduction of athletic director, and we currently have 7 athletic directors. Currently, athletic directors are administrators in our structure. Under this, they would be reduced to becoming, the positions would be reduced to teaching positions in our school system. And then the final central office and administrative position listed here would be the elimination of 1 elementary assistant principal. So these are the changes and the proposed timeline for these changes for central office and administrative positions. Secondary positions. The first one listed is to eliminate 4 middle school reading specialists. Additionally, there'd be the elimination of 4 middle school math resource teachers, and the elimination of middle and high school media specialists. We currently have 15 middle and high school media specialists. We'd be eliminating 14 of those positions. And finally, for the secondary positions would be the elimination of 7 academic facilitators at the high school level. All of these implementations would be scheduled to take place next school year.
Mr. Shockney, let's see if any of the board members have any questions so far. Okay, thank you.
And then the third set would be elementary positions. The first one would be to eliminate media clerks at the 22 elementary schools. In doing so, essentially in our media centers, we would have media specialists at the elementary level and media clerks at the middle and high school level. Because of that need for additional media clerks at the middle school level, this is an action that would be implemented next school year. Also, the second one listed is the elimination of elementary school reading specialists, 11 of them. That would be at approximately half of our elementary schools. Also, the elimination of 11 elementary school math resource positions, again, at half of our elementary schools. And the final item listed would be the elimination of the primary interventionist. We have 7 of those currently. So to take a moment and just in review of some of the things that I've said before, over 90 FTE will move as part of the new classroom staffing allocation standard. Over 90, or about approximately 92 positions will be eliminated or cut as part of the new classroom allocation standard. And then central office and other school positions, approximately 100 of them will be reduced and or moved to align compensatory education expenditures. I did not go into any detail this evening on multilingual learners. That is my intent is to come back in March to share the plan for what will happen in the area of multilingual learners. And again, like Mr. O'Neill had spoken to before, the cuts are necessary to fund that staffing variance so we can function as we've been able to do with our hiring practices at the school level. Next steps, tomorrow we will begin meetings with individuals and groups of staff impacted in the changes that I identified this evening. We're going to implement our human resources processes around when we need to move staff. We will begin negotiations with our bargaining units. We will always, throughout this process, continue to seek efficiencies in maximizing expenditure reporting in the blueprint area, specifically compensatory ed. We've worked very hard and done a lot of work to make sure we're maximizing all of our current expenditures, because that really helps when we do that, and we're doing it. And then if there are other strategies that help us more efficiently realign, of course, we will continue to do that. But like I mentioned at the March board meeting, I'll come back. We are not done with the changes and the difficult changes that will happen. I will be honest with our community. They should expect changes, significant changes for that as well, for the courses that we offer at the secondary level, specifically high schools. Not only in, there will be courses that we've offered that will no longer be offered. There will be courses that we used to offer on maybe every semester that may not be able to be offered every semester again. We'll look at strategies like stacking, where we have multiple levels within a course, to see where we can do that. We'll look at strategies to see where we might be able to regionally offer courses or potentially even virtually offer courses. But I'll be candid with everyone that those strategies will help, but they won't fix. We will not be able to preserve all of the courses that we currently have at the high school level and to some degree the middle school level, but specifically at the high school level. And I know that and all of these changes will have a profound impact on our students. Our students have plans, they have ECPs, especially at the high school level, where they've mapped out what they plan to do. And I know that these changes will result in changes to those plans. So we take that very seriously. But unfortunately, we are in a position with little to no other option. And this is a plan for how we plan to reach fiscal compliance under the blueprint. And with that, I'll pause for.
As you think about questions you may have or comments you have, I want to tie this one more time back to the operating budget discussion that's been happening and continues tonight. Hopefully this fills in the blanks as to why the superintendent made some of the recommendations she made for general expenditure reductions. None of them she wanted to make, none of them ideal to make, none of them great to make, and certainly none of them popular to make. But we were deliberately trying to find expenditure reductions for the operating budget process that were not part of this process. Because if we were to have said, well, we could reduce a few classroom teachers, that would have changed that formula and made the staffing changes deeper and therefore the projected class sizes steeper. If we were to have selected any of the things that any of the roles Mr. Shockney had on the last slides there for other positions beyond classroom teachers to fill the operating gap void, there would just need to be something more on the list that's been shared tonight to make the fiscal compliance picture come together. So just a lot of bad choices on both ends of this equation right now in terms of operating budget versus blueprint compliance.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
I have a couple quick questions. Do we know what the projected retirements are for the coming school year?
So that's
what the average that we look at year over year?
Somewhere between 75, well, let's just say roughly, 50 to 75 in a normal year. And we'll be looking at that. That'll be part of the conversations with the associations, and that'll be part of the HR work. The challenge, Ms. Zimmer, would be that all of the retirements would need to, and it wouldn't just be retirements, it would be people who go on leave, it would be people who resign without retiring. We need as many of them as possible to be in the roles that would be part of the 92 reduced as part of the formula or some of the other reductions in general. So sometimes it comes down to lining up certification areas or assignment areas, that sort of thing. But that'll be part of solving this.
But sometimes it might.
Sometimes it might.
Right.
And our goal is to not have to do large-scale reductions in force. Our goal is to try to find an appropriate role for which a person's qualified, certified, et cetera, to eventually transition to next year. That will be part of the messaging tomorrow when we meet with the employees who are in those groups on the last few slides. And at the same time, all the reassurance in the world can't always help with all the anxiety in the world. And those processes, unfortunately, can take a good bit of time to sort out, to see who is retiring, to see who is leaving, to see what openings exist here or there. It's months of process to work through. That being said, our unions have been partners with us in terms of the committee. I'm sure they don't like any of these things either, but I am confident that we can work with them in the bargaining room to figure out the most efficient ways to undertake these staffing processes that have to take place now.
Okay. My next question is, this year we were surprised by the flat enrollment. looking forward for the next couple years, how is the projected enrollment looking?
So the future projections, and the next one will be in May, will begin to take, so each new set of projections will take into account the change we saw this year or the lack of change we saw this year. Slowly that will filter in. If the trend if what we saw this year were to turn into a trend, it's going to take a couple of years of projections to account for all of that. I guess where I am, Ms. Zimmer, is not feeling great because when we saw our fall enrollment and we tried to trace it back to see what we could unpack as to why we might be seeing this, at the end of the day it came down in my mind to net migration and to a very diminished housing market turnover in Carroll County or home sales in Carroll County from, say, the prior 24 months. And I don't, I said this, I think at the time, I'm not a demographer, a planner. I don't even pretend to know what might be the reasons. Anecdotally, is it interest rates? If interest rates were to come down, would home sales pick up again? I don't know, but I think at this point, and this is a conversation as much about the operating budget, although it also matters here, I'm feeling less confident than I would have been 2 years ago, and I see a lot of pressure on the budget for the next few years. The pressure here would be whether our enrollment goes up a little or a lot, the fact that we're seeing our student population change anyway. So our enrollment, we were hoping would go up by something like 276 K-12 students this year. It only went up by 20. But for instance, our comp ed number of students went up by 250. So generally the same number of total students, but a fairly significant increase in compensatory ed students. When we see that happen, it matters for this process. And it also matters for your budget process in the sense that the blueprint restricts state aid, state funding in an area like comp ed. It is Ted still over there? It also restricts county funding, the county share of funding in a program area like comp ed. So, Mr. Whistler said I think at the last work session, if you didn't have the restrictions, would you have enough money? And I think the answer is yes, but we wouldn't be complying with blueprint. So outright growth is what will help us. Changes within student groups is actually making this a more complicated puzzle to solve each year.
Sure. Okay. And then my final question, just to explain to folks who are either here or watching, and maybe Mr. O'Meara, you can help us with this one, but what would happen if we would say no, we don't want to implement? Because I know that we hear that as a board a lot. Why don't you just say no in light of the horrific cuts we have to make? What would happen if we said no?
Mr. O'Meara will answer that one.
Well, the statute provides that the Accountability and Implementation Board has the ability to withhold state funding from any system that is not in compliance, either in failing to comply by submitting a plan to their liking or in failing to implement the plan to their liking. And so you've heard in the presentation this evening meeting fiscal compliance, and that's what we're getting at. So it seems incongruous, but essentially the stick that they hold over the local school system's heads is if you fail to meet the dictates of the blueprint, they will make our situation even worse by withholding state funding. And they have the ability to notify the comptroller and make that ultimately their means of forcing compliance. In addition, there are provisions in COMAR with respect to the State Board of Education and the state superintendent and their ability to take action against board members or superintendents who fail to comply with state law. Section 4-108 of the education article is a provision that says that the board, the superintendent, shall make their best efforts to comply with the education laws of the state of Maryland, and that includes the blueprint for Maryland's future.
I appreciate that. I just want to make sure the community understands that we don't have an option in implementing these really difficult changes.
A couple of questions. Thank you so much. I'm not happy with the news. I don't think anybody is. I counted total 180 positions eliminated, 7 reduced, 5 repurposed, and 90 more moved throughout the system. I'm going to ask you, if we didn't have these strings attached, these blueprint mandates attached, would we have to cut these positions? Would we have to eliminate these positions?
No.
What was that? I want everyone to hear that.
No, this is about fiscal compliance. This is about spending money in the restricted manner in which they're saying it. And I guess, to be fair, Mr. Whistler, I think we've said this in happier moments than right now with this presentation, but many of us wouldn't say everything about the blueprint's a bad idea, but sometimes where the theory is meeting practice, that's where you kind of wonder, is that really the intent? We had no objections to, in fiscal 23, the year where compensatory ed enrollment statewide and Carroll included went way up beyond anyone's expectations, and taking the additional funding available based on that enrollment growth, including comp ed enrollment growth, and willingly spending it on resources for those students who we believe need those resources. I guess the question, and maybe I should be deferring to the superintendent, but the question is, how much is too far with the theory? We can agree with the principles, but is the harm to the other schools at tier 1 and 2 too great in this kind of instance? But this is about the restrictions. So the answer to your question literally is no, we wouldn't be doing this otherwise.
Right. And these eliminations won't give us enough money to keep outdoor school open. They won't give us enough money to keep laptops. They won't give us enough money to ensure we pay the 3 other employment groups and honor our contracts. None of that will happen even if we make these cuts.
These eliminations tonight are more about no longer spending money this way, stopping that so that we can spend money a different way in ESOL or in compensatory ed services. They do not go towards closing the budget deficit.
Great. I just wanted to make sure the public was aware of that. A lot of people think that, we can do it. Or to Ms. Zimmer's point, we don't have to implement. We have no choice here. And all of the options are terrible, but this is what we're faced with.
And if there were a person, and it's hard for me to think that there would be, but if there were a person who were to look at some of Mr. Shockney's earlier slides of positions and say, well, I hate the beast, but we're talking about outdoor school a little bit. I love outdoor school so much that I would rather cut this thing that I saw on that slide than close outdoor school. Then something else at that same value of 1.1 million has to be cut here to make this happen. So it doesn't get you off the hook either way in terms of dealing with the structural deficit or dealing with fiscal compliance.
I know a lot of the emails we received, and believe me, I know I read every single one of them. A couple of them said, you would have the money if you didn't have to deal with the book stuff or policies that were created that were about social issues. And unfortunately, that has nothing to do with this. What this is the equity part of Blueprint, where we have to take from areas of the state or from the county that do well and give them to others that are not doing so well. And it is at no fault. It is just how this county is, the growth areas are in the different municipalities. But this is what Blueprint is. It is to move resources from one school who is doing really well to another school that needs a little bit of help. And in the process, you can't hire anybody. You can't just move and say, oh, all right, we'll deal with staff later. This is just this is what the staff in this building has been working on for 3 years, trying to figure it out. And it wasn't that you guys couldn't, it was the fact that the AIB and the state kept changing things too. And that didn't help the situation any.
And in our tier 3 and tier 4 schools in particular, we're getting great results, and from our staff and our teachers and our kids in those schools. Even our tier 3 and 4 schools have high levels of achievement statewide, significant, and sometimes even outperforming some of our own tier 1 and 2 schools. So those tiers aren't based on achievement, they're just based on the percentage of students eligible under compensatory education. So the last thing that I want are communities upset with each other or feel that one is taking from another or vice versa, because great things are happening across all of our schools, regardless of the number of students that they have eligible for comp ed.
Go ahead, Dr. Persing.
Well, I just wanted to echo something, Mr. Shockney, that you had said at the beginning. Certainly, this is quite painful because, again, all of the positions are essential. We've seen great student achievement because of everybody working together. I mean, it's just like with the report we had earlier with the STAR schools. Well, it's not just, one group here or one group there, but it's everybody doing their part. And all of these positions are essential. So, again, we've achieved, or our students have achieved great success with them. And even with our high-performing schools at this point, you just question what all these moves will do to student achievement in the future. So again, I know it's been painful for you all, it's been painful for us to hear, but I hope that everyone listening certainly knows that we really do. I mean, we value all of our employees and we value what they bring to the system, and we certainly feel that all the positions are essential. We're saying it, and I know it, we're saying one thing and we're doing something else out of necessity. Yeah. But certainly I hope they know that, we certainly do value what they've contributed.
Thank you.
I want to echo what was just said there as well. It's devastating, and we feel it, and we're trying to do our best to assist our students, our county, our schools best that we can. This news is shocking to us too, and I'll just say that. And I just want to make sure that the community knows how they can continue to get questions answered, where they would reach out to try to understand again and again, because some of this information, again, it's still hard to fathom.
The best resource would be the Board of Ed's website. And so if you go to our webpage, systems webpage, and click on Board of Ed at the top, and then there's a set of choices under Board of Ed. One is Blueprint, or Blueprint for Maryland's Future. If a person were to go to Board of Ed, Blueprint, then when that page opens, fiscal compliance is its own section of that web page, and the reports there, this kind of data is there. There's also a specific email address that someone could send comments or questions to specific to this process. We will do our best to answer them, depending on volume. I don't know that I can always promise to answer all of them, but we'll do our best. And then as questions come in and we can see sort of the themes that emerge, the things that are on folks' mind, we will begin to create kind of an ongoing frequently asked questions document as well. So if you have a question, there's a good chance somebody else had the same question, and if so, maybe we've answered it, and that's available there too. And the reasons for doing this are there. The joint policy of the AIB and the State Board of Ed is there. And people can certainly reach out to us, but there's nothing in the bill report earlier that I see in Annapolis that's changing joint policy too, and I don't see anything on the agendas of the AIB or the State Board of Ed to revise joint policy too. So, we'll take the criticism, obviously, but we're sort of powerless to do anything other than comply with the policy they've set forth.
Go ahead.
So I know you mentioned that comp ed rates or percentages have fluctuated a lot. So I was just wondering, do we imagine us needing to move more staff, in the future, if it would be something like, next year we're going to do a lot more?
That's a great question. So potentially, yes. So the percentages that we've identified on the staffing allocation standards based on an annual basis. So we tried to structure the 4 tiers to where we would minimize change from one year to another. We've experienced this before. A good example were Title I schools. When a school becomes Title I, they have additional resources. That's always that's an easy transition to make because you're going from a X set of resources to X plus Y, so you're growing. What's really difficult is when you have a set of resources and you're no longer eligible for something. So for example, yes, there could be scenarios where on an annual basis, a school could go, for example, from maybe a tier 3 school to a tier 2 school or anywhere on that scale. We tried to structure it to where that we anticipate that wouldn't happen, but that very well could happen. So we could be in scenarios in the future, very likely, where a school may gain resources from year to year or lose resources from year to year. And that will result in the change in migration of staff, which is not something that we have done historically on a very regular basis. But Ms. Kang, that's a great point to bring up. That can happen in this structure.
And I would also add to what Mr. Shockney said, that people should not view that formula, if I could ever find it, as static. I would view this more as dynamic. As our population might grow or shift, we're going to look at those ranges every year and make some decisions as to what makes the most sense for tier 1 or tier whatever. And so the formula you see on the screen tonight is slightly different than the one that you would see in the initial report from January 8, and it may well be slightly different for school year 26-27 than it would be for the next school year.
This allocation standard is ours, and ours have been free to change and manipulate as long as we reach the goal of the fiscal compliance, which is that $44 million mark. So if there is something we can alter, obviously we're not trying to go over that mark, but if we can, to hit that target, could be some adjustments in very different directions. But that's a great point, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you.
And then
I apologize. Something I forgot to say earlier. Again, the 180 total positions you talked about, if we wanted to try to make good on our other employer group contracts, we'd probably need to find another 35, right? And that would throw off your model. It would increase class sizes, reduce or increase the student to staff ratio. Blueprint, I did the counting the other day. You look at all the counties and all the cuts that we've seen last year and this year, this blueprint measure has resulted in about 1,200 to 1,500 educator cuts statewide. This is what Blueprint's doing, folks. Blueprint's supposed to increase academic output. But all the counties I've counted up, we're seeing 1,200 to 1,500 educator cuts statewide. Please contact your legislators. Please let them know that these strings that they're attaching to this Blueprint money is hurting education. It's hurting our teachers. It's taking away the support mechanisms, the math and literacy instructional assistance. It's taking away resources from our kids and not adding it.
It's not going to help our academics either. Our academics are not going to benefit from this.
And again, I think are you going to talk about this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. And then Dr. McCabe, go ahead.
Board members, this situation, as I said in the beginning, is sobering. While the changes that we have to make will certainly support a portion of our student body, I do have grave concern about what it will do to others. We will have some schools in our school system with very high class sizes and without some very important resources for students, like a reading specialist or a media specialist. I didn't think I would ever see the day here in Carroll County, but that's where we are. These decisions were not made lightly. We have been working on this plan for 3 years, and we've gone over it with a fine-toothed comb. None of us want to do to certain schools what we will need to do to pull those resources out. Unless we get more unrestricted funds in our foundation, there is no other way for us to reach the levels of equity required in the blueprint law. Again, I have an employee town hall meeting coming up for just employees. I have 2 community town halls coming up very soon. Please, please, community members, come out and join the conversation with us. I've also had many emails asking about who parents should contact if they want to contact someone at the state level. That information is on the back table. Please feel free to grab an information sheet on your way out today. I thank you for listening, for your thoughtful questions, and we will be here to continue to answer those questions and to move through this process together. So even though it isn't good news, we're Carroll County Public Schools, and we will find a way to move through this and to be as successful as we can. So thank you.
We are moving now on to public comments. Mr. Whistler.
To have an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines apply. Speakers with a connection to CCPS will be allowed to address the board for the allotted 3 minutes. Only those that have registered online and have been notified by the Communications Department will be permitted to speak. Priority will be given to those citizens that are addressing the board about an item on the current agenda. Citizens not appearing in person for public comment can write to the board through email or U.S. mail. Participation is not intended to be a question and answer session. However, if citizens have specific questions, the superintendent will assign a staff member to make contact during the board meeting to arrange a time to respond to questions. The superintendent and board reserve the right to correct misinformation presented as factual after the conclusion of the public participation period. Statements to the board should relate to a recent agenda item, an agenda item that is expected to appear in the future, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, pending appeals, the actions or statements of an individual staff member, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics and may not be discussed. The board has scheduled time on the agenda for public participation at approximately 5:15. Apologize for the delay. The board does reserve the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that all topics can be addressed. Additionally, the board retains the discretion to allow additional speakers as it deems appropriate. The board is allowing no more than an hour for public participation. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. All comments should be directed to the board members at the dais. Citizens may only address the board with their individual comments. Citizens may not stand in for another person or group or read their comments. When the allotted time expires, the speaker is permitted to complete a sentence. Citizens may leave any handouts for board members on the table at the back of the boardroom. Please do not approach the dais. Additionally, the public may not display signs or posters during the board meeting. In lieu of signs, or if you are unable to complete your comments in the allotted time, individuals are encouraged to submit remarks to the board in writing. Those seated in the audience are asked to be respectful of the speaker and refrain from commenting to the speaker or to board members. Our first speaker this evening is Lisa Maizano.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Massano, and I have 3 children in CCPS. First, I want to thank the hardworking staff and Board of Education who have invested so much effort to make the best use of the budget and keep educators in the classrooms. I watched with the last 2 meetings with great alarm. It would be a shame to lose a beloved program such as Outdoor School, but that is just the tip of the iceberg compared to what CCPS is facing. CCPS has been forced to operate on a lean budget for years, eliminating teachers and staff and cutting programs. There are 24 local education jurisdictions in Maryland, from the mountains all the way to the Eastern Shore. Of all 24 local jurisdictions, CCPS gets the lowest amount of funding per student in the entire state. As recently as 2020, CCPS ranked 17 out of 24 in the state for funding per student, but we have fallen steadily ever since. In my house, my kids always come first. So why should Carroll County view it as acceptable for our students to be last? It is one thing to have a lean, efficient school system. It is another when it is so lean that the funding becomes inadequate. And unfortunately, we have reached that point. We cannot cut our way out of this problem. It is concerning that CCPS is forced to use rainy day funds to pay for the increase in utilities cost to keep the lights on. It is unacceptable that our school system does not have the funds to pay its staff per their contracts. CCPS has been hit hard by inflation, and our state funding is impacted by our relative wealth as a county compared to the rest of Maryland. To give some perspective, if Carroll County would contribute just $100 more per student, we would add $2.5 million to the budget. That $2.5 million would save outdoor school and fund part of the staff contracts. With that $2.5 million added to the budget, where would we rank in per student spending out of the 24 jurisdictions? We would be tied for last place. We must do better for our children. That starts with asking for more funds for CCPS from the county. Please, Board of Education members, we are relying on you to advocate for our students, our staff, and our school communities. Please bring a request to the commissioners for more funding for our schools, allowing them to operate at a level that is acceptable to our community. The question is not if Carroll County can afford it. The question is if Carroll County can afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Miss Amy Hardesty.
Good evening. My name is Amy Hardesty, and I stand before you today as an engaged parent in Carroll County Public Schools, serving on CAC, PTA, and involvement with other various organizations. I want to applaud all of you for being one of the first districts to decode the blueprint and raise concerns over its implementation and affordability. Here we are now 3 years later with the same concerns. The proposed increase in class sizes isn't merely an educational issue. It's a matter of student safety that demands our immediate attention. Let me share some sobering statistics. Every 5 additional students we add to a classroom increases emergency evacuation time by 30 seconds. In a crisis, those are seconds our children cannot afford to lose. The American Academy of Pediatrics has established a clear standard of 20 square feet per student, a requirement that exists not for comfort, but for safety. Picture this scenario. A student has a medical emergency in an overcrowded classroom. Paramedics arrive, but they can't reach the student quickly because desks are too tightly packed. They need a 3-foot clearance to deploy their equipment, space that simply won't exist in larger classes. This is not a hypothetical situation. This is a very real risk we're considering taking with our children's lives. The numbers paint a disturbing picture. Research shows that injury rates increase by 12% when classes exceed design capacity. Behavioral incidents spike by 28% in overcrowded classrooms. Our current classrooms were designed with specific occupancy limits based on state guidelines that exist to protect our children. We're also facing practical safety challenges. Fire code compliance requires clear paths to emergency exits. Post-pandemic ventilation requirements become compromised with overcrowding. Our current substitute teacher shortages creates dangerous supervision gaps in larger classes. Carroll County schools have achieved remarkable success with our students consistently outperforming other Maryland schools. Our 93% teacher retention rate is a testament to our current class sizes that allow teachers to effectively manage their classrooms. Why would we compromise these achievements and, more importantly, our children's safety? I urge this board to take 3 immediate actions. First, maintain our current class sizes by pushing back against the implementation pressures. Second, conduct comprehensive safety assessments before any increases are considered. And third, establish a safety oversight committee to monitor and evaluate any proposed changes. Remember, the blueprint for Maryland's future was designed to enhance education, not compromise student safety. We cannot let artificial deadlines force us into decisions that put our children at risk. It takes just one delayed emergency response, one critical incident where seconds matter, to realize the devastating cost of overcrowded classrooms. The choice before you today isn't about budgets or benchmarks. It's about our fundamental obligation to keep students safe.
Thank you. Our third of 9 speakers this evening is Breck Walsh.
Hello and good afternoon. I'm Breck Walsh and I'm a freshman at South Carroll High School. I'm here today to give you students' perspective on why outdoor school needs to stay in Carroll County Public Schools. Picture this. You're a high school student and you're sitting down in your, let's say, math class. Your teacher starts to give instructions when she has to stop because one of your classmates is on their phone. Let's say you're sitting down in the school cafeteria and you look up. Everyone around you is staring at a screen. This is what life is like for me and the rest of my generation, day after day. Everyone is so engrossed in social media and the internet. It is their instinct that when they sit down, when they're bored, often they want to do it instead of something else. They pull out their phone and they play a game or scroll on TikTok or something. Everywhere I go, one of my peers is on their phone. It is so bad. Outdoor school is great for so many reasons. It teaches us about the environment, about how to conserve it, and good skills for life in general. We had a presentation on birds of prey with 4 different actual birds. And that experience got me interested in falconry, which I'm now looking into today. But perhaps the greatest thing outdoor school did was it exposed me and my peers to a better environment. And for most of my peers, it was a new environment. We weren't allowed to have our phones on there, and man, was there such a difference. I knew a lot of people who didn't want to go to outdoor school, but I didn't find a single person who didn't like it by the end. I even noticed a difference after outdoor school. People were on their phones less and would constantly talk about how good the food was there for weeks. It had a tremendous impact on us, and if it is to keep doing that in the future, we should not get rid of it. We can't get rid of the experience that exposes middle schoolers to the outdoors, where social media is not twisting their lifestyle. Otherwise, they quite literally may never be exposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Laurie Crom.
Good evening, board members and fellow CCPS coworkers. My name is Laurie Crum, and I am the office manager and financial secretary at Westminster High School. Tonight, I can feel the impact of the heaviness in this room and probably across our county for the mandates that are going to impact our classroom instruction. And I also will say our hearts are heavy for the silent majority of support professionals who are also going to be affected by these mandates. And that's who I represent tonight. Prior to my clerical role, I worked as a paraprofessional at one of our neediest Title I elementary schools, so I am blessed to know both the instructional side and the administrative side of the school system. As a financial secretary, I know and live budget every day of my job. I work tirelessly to ensure that our school's allocation is properly spent and that we stay within the confines of what we're given. Sometimes that means we say no, or we find creative ways to spend within a category to make the school budget work. In addition to my budgetary responsibilities, I mentor and train the clerical staff within our building, of which we have 9 + 1 hourly. In the last 2 years, I've had the task of mentoring and training 5 new clerical staff. I will let you calculate the turnover percentage. Clerical staff are being hired at a compensation level that is not commensurate with their levels of responsibility. Our clerical staff hold positions of leadership within our school buildings and carry out duties that require high-level skills, such as large event management, account management, payroll, and so much more. It is no longer a position that greets students and answers the telephone. In my role, I handle budget, purchasing, training, data reports, account oversight for just over 120 school clubs and organizations, professional contracts, personnel files, inventory, fundraisers, procurement cards, staff appreciation, just to name a few. There are many other duties as assigned that are daily added as the need arises. I stand in unity today with other clerical staff who have endless list of duties and responsibilities, as well as other support staff within our schools, such as instructional assistants and custodians. When I was offered my current role as Office Manager Financial Secretary, I was at the top step of the clerical scale due to my dedicated years of service within the county. To take this position, I had to take 5 steps back and receive what would be an equivalent 3% raise in taking on this new role. I don't stand alone in these type of salary travesties. 2 years ago, CCPS finally took a step to recognize the dedication, hard work, and loyalty of case support professionals with an agreed-upon 3-year raise through the 2025-2026 school year. What a blow to think we are once again on the table for pay freezes. When we learned of the first round of freezes
Please finish your thoughts.
many years ago, I had the team-oriented mindset that everyone had to sacrifice to make it work. Support professionals have given their due diligence of sacrifice and cannot be
You're out
asked
of time,
to do
and
it
we
again.
can't be talking about collective bargaining.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Crum. Our next speaker is Ms. Belinda Lawson.
First, I'm going to start with one thing that politicians fail to discuss anytime a new bill or policy is introduced, framed around diversity. No one ever takes the time to understand the actual demographics in this country, which I like to call reality. The reality is African Americans in 2025 only make up 13.7% of the population. Caucasians, 59%, Hispanic, 19%, Asians, 2%, and others are less than 2%. 79% of all teachers in this county are white, 7% are black, 9% are Hispanic, and others are less than 2%. This is actually in line with the demographics of the country. So the effort to continue to use diversity as a reason to employ impractical laws like the blueprint for Maryland is unattainable. It's a dream. It's not reality. There is a reason Carroll County is not as diverse as some of the rest of the state, like Baltimore City. I will name a few. Our closest public transportation is 36 minutes away. We do not have a liquor store on every single corner. We do not have open drug markets in Carroll County. There's not a distillery in every single shopping center. It's not overpopulated and riddled with crime. Not to mention, we have a great police force. It's not a bad thing to have a great community. And there is a reason why people come and live in this area, because it's safe. Our kids are able to get a great public school education before the blueprint, and despite its lack of diversity, it is very welcoming to the small, diverse population that lives here. My daughter's math class is constantly disruptive, and the teacher is never able to finish a lesson. So she spoke with the counselor's office last week regarding changing math classes. She was given 2 options: either switch her physics class, which is larger class size that may cause her to become behind, or take her math class next year, essentially holding her back. This is happening because 2 students in the class are constantly disrupting the class daily and getting nothing but lunch detentions over and over again. This is causing the entire class to be behind. Half of the class is requesting to be moved, and some of them went to the counselor's office on day 1 of the semester after desks were knocked over and the chaos began. They were told, sorry, all the classes are full. These students have openly talked about how their goal is to get the teacher to quit. I'm obviously upset that my child's education is being interrupted simply because you can't punish 2 students that's causing a crisis in the classroom. My daughter is an excellent student. She has never had any issues with any teacher. She volunteers to help when asked. She is always on the honor roll every quarter. And due to Maryland Blueprint policy to match students up with the same colored teacher, she was put in a class with
finish your
students
comments.
that have severe behavioral issues simply because she is black. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our 6th of 9 speakers is Lisa Bicking. Did I get that right? Welcome.
Okay, I had a speech prepared, but given the information that was shared tonight, I'm kind of going off script. Not because I think it will matter to anything, but because of all the educators that I know are watching right now and have been texting me and everything. I want them to know that I care. It is deeply troubling that we are not only considering, but based on the evidence tonight, we are actually not compensating, we are reducing, we're eliminating positions of people that have direct student interaction. These are the individuals that are directly responsible for the safety, the education, and the well-being for your children. Your children. And we are cutting their positions. CCPS employee salaries are public records. The top 5 salaries on the payroll account for $1 million, and they do not work directly with students. If we're comfortable discussing cutting, eliminating, reducing, whatever you want to call it, to those that are working with students, you should be comfortable discussing non-direct student salaries. The Board of Education has successfully secured additional funding for initiatives they deemed vital to safety and well-being of our children, such as vetting books and removing flags. I understand that probably the undisclosed amount, 100,000, 200,000, whatever was spent on it isn't going to save our teachers, but the fact of the matter is you all found a way. You thought it was important, you thought it would keep our kids safe, and you did it. You were removing the essential employees that keep our kids safe, that help our teachers function. My 5th grader told me yesterday a child eloped from their school, ran to another one. You want to guess who chased after them? The instructional assistants. Who are going to chase after the kids now? Sorry, I'm like going off script here. Instructional assistants, teachers, everybody are vital to our community. We need to work with, you all need to work with our commissioners for strategic planning and collaboration to get more funding, to figure out other ways of revenue intended only for Carroll County Public Schools. The answer should not always be to cut. Children deserve the best, and they are not getting the best. We are building the future after all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bicking. Next speaker is Ms. Gina Palermo. Gina Palermo? I don't see Gina here. I know her. Next speaker is Timothy Redmond. Thank you, Mr. Redmond.
My comments were also prefaced before the presentation tonight, but thank you again for allowing me to speak today before you in support of our schools. There's a lot of discussion at the last board meeting last week about the blueprint and the impact it will have on our budget for FY26 and beyond. I fully recognize the blueprint will have an impact on the operations and budget of CCPS for years to come. According to the Accounting and Implementation Board website on maryland.gov, local governments will invest, quote, at least $700 million, an 8% increase over pre-blueprint levels. I recognize that the amount of impact on CCPS may vary from that average, as we've seen tonight. I just wish I had more information about what was the projected impact would have on CCPS for future years, for years beyond FY26. We're having public meetings coming up in March and April to discuss the blueprint and its impact on CCPS. And I look forward to those meetings as a chance to really have public discussion about the impact of the blueprint and the way to discuss our priorities and a school system and a county. Unfortunately, those are after the acceptance and approval of the operating budget for FY26, which includes the elimination of outdoor school as it currently stands. Thinking through this logically, I would want to know what big blueprint wave is coming before we make a major change to a bedrock or foundational program within CCPS. Programs like outdoor school. I would say let's keep the lights on for this program and other major programs while we have a chance to really assess what our future holds. Now, in my comments from last week, I mentioned using the fund balance to cover outdoor school. The counter to that was that using the fund balance to cover ongoing operating costs was not prudent, and I appreciate that position and the superintendent and board's ability to develop a healthy fund balance as reported at the last board meeting. But our board has seemed to indicate that we are on the precipice of a major change from the blueprint's implementation. The big bill is coming due. So again, it seems short-sighted to cut a major CPS program to close the gap in FY26 when the chasm grows even greater in FY27 and beyond. The cost, the loss of outdoor school, to me outweighs the benefit, the FY26 budget savings. Furthermore, I would argue that the fund balance is currently strong and using it to cover outdoor school this one time while we sort out the bigger budget picture going forward is a wise investment of the funds and also still leaves us in the recommended fund balance range. And of course, there's also the matter of swapping out the Towson teacher development effort that was required. As teacher development effort, if that is required? I'm not sure if that is or not. I guess, and I also be interested in understanding the trend history of fund balance replenishment. As mentioned during the last board meeting, no budget is spot on to reality, so it would stand to reason that the fund balance would likely replenish itself down the line. Ultimately, we would be eliminating outdoor school to save just a small percentage point in that fund balance. The other option, of course, is to ask for additional funding from our county. A $1 million increase in ask for the school system is less than 0.2% of the county's overall budget. Now, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and so why don't we take a shot at asking for an additional part of a percentage so we can keep our body intact? I recognize that these choices are hard, but I ask that you please preserve this foundational element to the CCPS school experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our final speaker of the evening is our former colleague, Marcia Herbert.
I already passed these out on the left, so I'm passing them out on the right because I want to make sure everybody gets these. And I haven't changed. Good evening, Dr. McCabe and board members. I am Marcia Herbert, past president of the Carroll County Board of Education. I knew I couldn't be quiet forever, but enough is enough with this blueprint. Dr. McCabe is one of the brightest, hardworking, thinking out of the box superintendents in the state of Maryland, along with John O'Neill, Nick, and the entire blueprint team. They have done their due diligence and have met all the requirements for blueprint so far in a timely manner. This has been overwhelming, time-consuming, and unfunded. The state is in the red. Governor Moore has pushed over $10 million more to the county to pick up. And Governor Moore has just taken more money away from Carroll County Public Schools than expected in the recent weeks. Over $2 million. So where do we go from here? Well, I'm going to tell you. Several years ago, the Carroll County Board of Education took on the state, and it's time to do it again. Commissioner Kyler and I did not go to jail, and they did not take money away from us. Enough is enough. Let Superintendent McCabe run her schools the way she deems fit. Put the money back in the foundation the way it looks now. She will be lucky to pay the electric bill next year. There is no fluff in this budget and hasn't been for years. Our schools have been at the top of school achievement for the last 8 years, but it will be no more. CCPS spends more money on special education than necessary. The one positive outcome has been the career ladder and the $60,000 beginning teacher salary, and I know I fought hard for that. CCPS was able to employ some of the best and brightest this past year. That's like we did in the old days. If Dr. McCabe follows the blueprint, the impact will be much more negative than when we close schools. Larger class sizes in the South. In the North, teachers will be falling over each other. And this is going to absolutely destroy morale among the staff. The mandatory transfers will pit teachers against teachers, and the end result, test scores will plummet. It's called local control. Get a backbone. It's time to be a leader in the state. Dr. McCabe started 2 years ago with her town halls to tell the parents of the big changes coming down the road. She was correct with all of her statements, and it took a whole year for the rest of the state to get on the bandwagon. Please make a motion to not follow the blueprint for the betterment of the students in Carroll County Public Schools. The Carroll County Board of Education went against the state before, and it's time to do it again. This is not a CCPS problem. This is not a county problem. It's a state problem. You need to please contact those delegates. Thank you. Best of luck, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
My heart goes out to all of you.
All right. Board members, we are going to move on to action items. Oh, I'm sorry, employee groups. Go.
Good evening, Superintendent McCabe and members of the Board of Education. I am Cindy Porter, a special education paraprofessional and case president representing clericals, assistants, and paraprofessionals in Carroll County Public Schools. CASE held its Assistant Professional Learning Day on January 27th at Century High School. Professional learning has always been important, but even more so with the increased needs of our students since returning from the pandemic. CASE is proud of the growth of this day over the past few years in relevance and attendance presented in partnership with CCPS. A day like this does not happen without the efforts of many. Now more than ever, our assistants and paraprofessionals need relevant and meaningful professional learning to best help our students succeed. And tonight, as president of CASE, I would like to send a sincere and heartfelt thank you to the numerous central office and school-based staff who brought their knowledge and expertise to the members of our bargaining unit that day. That day was a wonderful example of what working together for the benefit of our students looks like. But I can't speak of that day without mentioning the efforts of 2 CCPS staff members in particular. And those 2 are incredible assets to our school system, and 2 who would do anything but look for accolades. Curtis Pierce, Chief of School Security, brought an in-depth active assailant training to all participants that day as our keynote speaker. His engaging, informative, and extremely relevant presentation gave the participants tools needed to do the best we can to help keep our students, staff, and schools safe. And his flexibility and desire to provide the best possible training to meet the needs of the participants in the midst of his unbelievably active schedule speaks volumes to the person he is. And then there's Jamie Weaver. The length of her title should give everyone a clue of her contributions to our school system. Coordinator of Teacher Induction, Professional Learning, Performance Matters, CPD and PDS Liaison, and Pre-Service Instructional Programs. Jamie's educator heart is evident in the effort she puts into all she does to help make this day a success. From informative emails, surveys, getting presenters for the sessions, explicit class list explanations, directions for signing up for the day for many in our bargaining unit who do not get much opportunity to access or be on a computer, and the follow-up evaluations so we can look to make next year even better. Thank you doesn't seem enough, but I will say that CCPS is beyond fortunate to have both of them on staff. Last week at the presentation, we encountered some people who obviously don't understand some of the positions in our school system, and I wanted to take this opportunity. For the past 4 years, I've had the privilege to represent education support professionals and try to elevate our professionals at the state level. And this is my 3rd year as president of CASE trying to do the same here in our county. At the state level, we developed an education support professional Bill of Rights. And in doing so, we went to every corner of our state to learn about education support professionals, what they do, and hear their stories. And as I'm standing here speaking to you tonight, I still get chill bumps talking about that time, because what I learned is people's stories are important, and many people don't understand the stories of many people, all of us in our school system. As an example, I brought a little bit about my background to last week, but I would like to expound upon that more, especially for the public. I am a 26-year proud educator, as my shirt indicates. I came into the school system having wanted to become a teacher, but life's events didn't make that happen. I was an 8-year veteran of the military, and I love working with children. So I thought, if I can't become a teacher, I can at least go into the schools in some capacity and help our students. That became as an assistant, instructional assistant. 26 years later, 25 plus years later, I've worked to hone my craft. I consider learning and loving learning to be a lifelong thing for me. And I have tried to do whatever I can to help the students in capacities that present ourselves to us daily. As an example, I'm a special education paraprofessional at Robert Moten Elementary. I am currently on schedule 32 this year because I think it's fun to keep track of how many times the schedules change based on the needs of the students in our school system. Instructional assistants, paraprofessionals, clericals, all the education support staff in our county do whatever they can to help the students. Because I wasn't able to become a teacher, at one point in my career, I worked 2 jobs for 14 years and 3 jobs for 12 of those years. I also took advantage of summer opportunities in our school system. On December 24th of this last year, the Baltimore Sun/Carroll County Times came out with an article that said for anyone to reasonably afford a 1-bedroom apartment in Carroll County, Maryland, it took an income of over $63,000. I'm here to tell you that as an educator in my 26th year, taking advantage of summer opportunities, I earn less than $39,000. That's 2/3 of that amount. And I am one of the fortunate ones. I am at the top end of my scale, and I have benefits, and I'm grateful for that. But I can tell you this past summer, having to look for housing became a daunting task, and one that I wasn't sure that I could accomplish. By the grace of God, I was able to find a place to live that I can afford. I wish that was in Carroll County. I can't say that's true. But I want to speak on behalf of all of our education support professionals. If you don't understand what we do, please ask. We're more than willing to share what we do with all of you. We are part of the educational team who serves our students here. We work collaboratively with teachers. Within our bargaining unit in CASE, instructional assistants consult with office clericals. It's a collaborative situation all the way around, and it's all because we love what we do, we value our students, and we want to see them succeed to the best of their abilities. While I said last week no one in this county wants outdoor school to go, please understand that these budgetary issues have meant the inability for our Board of Education to honor the 3rd year of a 3-year contract that all 3 support unions entered into 2.5 years ago. That means no raise for any of us. And as I said, I'm one of the more fortunate ones to be at the top end of my salary scale. Please take time to learn facts instead of grabbing social media snippets or a most popular item that's in any presentation. As people have said before, Superintendent McCabe has been on the forefront of this in our county. I appreciate her efforts to that end. I finally remember speaking to her right before her first employee town hall meeting, where she had just come from her 3rd 3+ hour meeting with MSDE in 2 or 3 weeks. She's on top of this. She's trying to do the best she can for our school system. But in that, please also realize that there are people who work with your students who don't have the ability to make a lot of cuts either. So go for facts and not things that you think may be true, because knowledge is power, and right now we all need the knowledge in order to face this head on and make the best situation we can for everybody. Thank you.
gone first tonight. Could you guys pass those up to the dais for me? I'll need them later. I'm Celeste Jordan, president of CCA. I had a speech planned. I think I need to change it up a little bit. And again, I should have gone before Cindy on this one. But I'm going to hit some highlights here, but I'll refer to those handouts in a second. This past weekend, CCA held a Sparks retreat at MSEA headquarters. Sparks is a program for early career educators, so educators with 6 or fewer years in education. 17 CCPS early career educators participated in sessions of their choosing, and they were really engaged. It was a great time. I'm sharing this because now more than ever, we need supports and focus to retain our newly hired educators. Since the position reduction starting in 2009, we have lost many of the supports that we know are necessary to make our educators successful and remain in CCPS. Skip that part. On Saturday, this is the paper you just got. On Saturday, March 15th, CCA, CASE, and CCPS will once again host Read Across Maryland at the Career Tech Center. Penguin Random House has already agreed to donate the books. We will have pancakes, etc. I'm going to skip over that part. The QR code there is if you guys want to sign up to be readers. Chloe, I think I put enough in there. Then I really would love you as well. Or someone from SGA would be great. Last week at the budget public hearing, someone questioned what paraeducators do. And I was going to explain that a little bit, but I think Cindy covered that one. So I'm going to have to stand up for the administrators who were also bashed. Administrators do work with students. It's a big part of their job. Every school I've been at and most of the assistant principals I've worked with have tutored students, have caught them up when they've been out, have really had a positive influence in their lives. Some of our administrators meet with certain students every day to make sure that that student knows there's someone, keeping track of them in addition to all the other people they see all day. So, all of us in the buildings are doing what we need to be doing. So, lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the elephant in the room. During this meeting, educators received emails letting them know that their job may be impacted, the people that you saw up on the slides there. I would ask the community to show compassion and offer grace as educators process this information, because they're still going to show up to work tomorrow and the next day and keep on going. This is going to be a long and complicated process for everyone involved. Okay? And again, the process, they've alluded to the fact it could take months. It could be until August that a person really knows where they're going to be next year. And that is not the way we usually do things. So again, compassion, grace, and realizing this isn't easy for any of us. The primary focus of CCA is keeping members of our bargaining unit employed. That's going to be our focus as we continue to work through this process. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are now moving on to action items. Do I have a motion to approve 6A, award of bids?
So moved.
Dr. Dorsey, and a second by Mr. Whistler. Dr. McCabe.
All right, there are 3 items on the award of bids this evening. The first is Experian Employer Services. This award is for a service to automate employment verification for employees, such as when they're applying for a mortgage. It is no cost to CCPS or employees, but we are bringing it on the award of bids in an abundance of transparency. Second tonight is to furnish and install a walk-in refrigerator freezer at South Carroll High School. This is a part of the ongoing capital upgrade plan for the food services program and is completely paid for with the food services fund. And lastly, general classroom supplies. This is a bid list for classroom supplies as needed for the next school year. Any questions?
All right, do we just vote on the whole entire thing
Yep,
as one?
yep.
Okay. All right, I call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And it passes unanimously. 6B, may I please have a motion approval of appointments? Dr. Malvo and Mr. Whistler.
I'm recommending 2 retroactive acting appointments for your approval this evening to fill in for a leave situation that we've had. First, Crystal Arndt, a mentor teacher at Runnymede Elementary, from her mentor teacher role to acting assistant principal at Runnymede. And secondly, Kim Renfro, from assistant principal at Runnymede to acting principal at Runnymede.
Any questions or comments? I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Agenda item 6C, approval of personnel action items. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
By Dr. Dorsey. Second? My second by Ms. Zimmer.
For the monthly personnel report, there are 3 new hires, 3 releases from contract, and 3 broken contracts, and 1 leave of absence. Any questions?
All right, I call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And it passes unanimously. We will now move on to number 7, discussion items. First one is 7A, out-of-district policy. Dr. McCabe?
At our January meeting, the board requested additional information related to our current out-of-district practices. These practices are grounded by board policy JEA, students attending schools out of attendance areas. Mr. Streeker will provide a summary of our current policy and the associated administrative regulations. At the conclusion of his brief summary, he is available to answer any questions.
I saw the emphasis on brief. So next slide. You're going to run that, right, Brenda? Thank you. So just want to highlight how we do things. So in December, we make a determination on which schools are open and closed, and we've already started. We do that every December. In January, we send out communication to all families about the out-of-district process for the upcoming year. Those applications are due March 1st. If we need a lottery, we have not needed a lottery in the past 6. I don't know that we've ever actually used a lottery. But in the case we have more requests for a school, that maybe we have 20 seats and we get 30 applications, we would implement a lottery, which we have not had to do. We do accept applications on a rolling basis all the way through July 31st for out-of-district requests. And throughout the year, there may be a change of place. So if a school was open and is now closed, then it's not available. So the closed status can change throughout the summer through the 31st. Effective August, we don't allow out-of-district anymore, and we also don't reopen that until the end of the first quarter because we need to get schools settled and get started in. And then we open our out-of-district process again for that current school year between the first and third quarter in case there's a family that after the first quarter decides they'd like to change schools, they can do so. And once you're approved for an out-of-district, you don't have to apply every year. If you're in elementary and approved in second grade, you can stay all the way till 5th, and so forth with each school level. And then we can go to the next one, Brenda. Couple exceptions to closed schools because we certainly have some schools that are closed. So we have family provided childcare in kindergarten through 8. We have some cases where students are moving into a school boundary, so they currently don't live there and they're moving in, and they would like to have consistency for their child. Our school-based staff members are also permitted to have their children attend out of district. We also have kids that live in a district and then move out and they want to stay where they were. That's the continuation in the current school. Students in JROTC with Winters Mill and Century, there are cases where that happens. And then also if there are siblings attending that they can go to those schools, they're automatically approved. And then a couple other considerations I want to share with you. Students are only approved for 1 out-of-district placement per year. All students out-of-district placements is subject for review, and it could be revoked for reviewed for academics, attendance, and behavior. And then we also have the nuance with relating to athletic eligibility, that a student can only be permitted to participate in athletics in one out-of-district school. And if they do move from one school to another, they have a 1 year, they have to sit out 1 year. So if they played varsity football as a freshman and they then go out of district, they cannot play football the following year. They have to sit out and wait till their junior, senior year. They could play soccer, but they could not play football. So that's what that correlation is. So just want to give a brief overview and then answer any questions you may have. Is that quick, Dr. McCabe?
Yes.
That's really rare for me. I like the gold stars.
We'll start down the line and go down. Ms. Zimmer.
Just an obvious question, how would Blueprint, if any, affect this policy, or how do you see that playing out?
So we've thought about that and had plenty of discussions. We really don't see a tremendous amount of migration, even with our open practice that we have now. It's almost a one-for-one. It's not a one-for-one. We monitor how many kids are out versus in. So we'll get questions from schools and say, wow, we have like 20 extra kids and we're a closed school. And then we remind them that there's 32 kids that should be in their school that are going somewhere else. So we have a matrix that we look at. So our position on that is certainly we're going to monitor that with the implementation of Blueprint and as things go on. And if there is a shift in that, we would bring that back for consideration to change.
Any other questions? Dr. Dorsey.
Just sort of curious about the numbers at this point. Do you have a feel for how many out-of-district students we have?
How many total? I don't know off the top. I know that the grid is about the same, the migration in and out. And we haven't had an uptick in to be candid, most families want to have their kid attend in the community that they live in.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Freedom Elementary is overcrowded and Eldersburg is under capacity. We do not have people like fleeing Freedom and going to Eldersburg. That just is not happening. And so we do have, it's out there now. We haven't gotten inundated with any kind of out-of-district change. A lot of families that are really on it will ask in like December, like, when is this coming live? And they're on it. But it's not been anything different so far.
Mm-hmm.
And the process is really smooth. And it also cuts it down because we only have to apply when they change grade levels.
And again, that's so interesting because earlier they used to apply every year for their out-of-district.
Yeah, and that just took a lot of,
Yeah.
and let's be honest, if we approved a student to attend in second grade and they've gotten acclimated to that school, it's in the child's best interest to stay. And as long as they're being successful academically with their attendance and their behavior, we would have no reason to move them. So since that policy was changed years before I started in this role, that hasn't been an issue.
Mm-hmm, good.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just for my colleagues' benefit, the concern I have is, once we go down this path of moving resources, moving teachers, we have some class, you could have a Liberty High School has a class of one size, and you go to a different high school and the class size is twice as, or vice versa, twice as much in the south and half as much in the north. We may see a large number of requests for folks to transfer schools to go out of area. I imagine that would have a tremendous burden on our staff as far as making sure that we're in compliance with each school, making sure that we're meeting the comp ed mandates for each school, because again, it has to be done by school every month. And there may be a time where, if we decide to make no changes now, there may be a time that we may need to implement a freeze on this policy. But just food for thought. Any comments? Welcome any comments from staff if they have any concerns.
And I would say, I understand what you're referring to. If certainly with the changes associated with Blueprint, some parents could have thoughts about one school versus another school and using our out-of-district policy. At this point, we don't have any indication about that kind of change that we might see. So, as you said, Mr. Whistler, we can take one of two approaches. We can proactively change this policy so that it is not as easy for parents to select a different school for their child, or we can keep the policy as is and see what Blueprint brings and then make any needed changes from there. So it's really up to the board what your preference is.
It's my feelings that since we haven't seen any kind of indication, I do not want to put more obstacles in the way of families at this time.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Just keep it as is for now?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. And then the next item we have up for discussion, 7B, is the discussion of FY 2026 operating budget, the thorn in all of our sides.
Board members, we're back to continue the discussion on your FY26 operating budget request. I presented a proposed FY26 operating budget on January 29th. On February 5th, we had a public hearing followed by a budget work session. This evening, we bring the budget back for your discussion. At a special meeting on February 18th, you are scheduled to approve your FY26 operating budget request to the county. Therefore, we are hopeful that this evening, through your discussion, you will provide consensus for any changes you would like to make so that we may prepare them for the February 18th meeting. We also are hopeful that now that we've been able to present the next level of detail on the Blueprint Fiscal Compliance Report, the distinctions we've been making between my proposed expenditure reductions for the FY26 operating budget and those required for Blueprint Fiscal Compliance are more clear. The cuts I proposed, though not ideal, were the remaining things I believed we could reduce without impacting the school level because the Blueprint is fully focused on the school level. If we're going to the school level and making deeper cuts to balance the operating budget, those reductions would require us to rework the fiscal compliance plan that we just went over tonight. Those processes are already underway so that we have a chance to fully implement the layers of staffing changes that are required for next year. Additionally, deeper cuts would also mean even more unfavorable changes to school staffing, projected class sizes, and course offerings. And as we've demonstrated in prior meetings, the bulk of our staffing is at the school level. We cut most of the non-school positions in the $40 million worth of cuts that were made between FY09 and FY19, including the closure of 3 schools. At the work session, there was some additional information that you requested, and we want to provide as many answers to those questions as possible, and then allow us to have that budget discussion. So, Mr. O'Neill, would you like to start us off with answers to some of those questions?
Sure, and I'll go, what's on the screen is the presentation from the January 29 meeting when Dr. McCabe presented her proposed budget. We thought this might be the best reference set because it has all the things we've been talking about, the $40 million of previous expenditures, a more itemized understanding of the expenditures we're looking at, the change from the governor's budget, a revenue projection, and then specifically the expenditure reductions that the superintendent proposed in her proposed budget to close the gap. So I'm going to leave this on the screen, and hopefully that'll be a good reference as we go forward. Some of the information that we jotted down from the work session, you had requested a sort of an itemization of the cost for operating the outdoor school, so we've been sure to capture that itemization. The proposal is about $1.1 million in reductions. Specifically, that would be $1,138,066 in reductions. Over $1 million of that is in the staff that occupy or are assigned to the outdoor schools. So just a small amount beyond staff. $14,000 in materials, $50,000 in funds that we use to make the experience at no cost to families for free and reduced meal students, and then 20 to 21,000 in transportation to get the students there. So by far the largest part of that reduction is in the staff. And on the same theme of the other topic tonight, that doesn't mean that those folks are without employment. It just means that we would have to do our best through the staffing process to try to find appropriate assignments for them as well. There was also a question at the work session about exploring what it might be in terms of a savings to convert the outdoor school program to just a day program instead of an overnight experience. Our best analysis of that is that really the only savings, and again, most of the cost is in staff, really the only savings would be in not having to pay for the second and third shift staff who are there in the nighttime. That's some nurses, and then that's also teachers who are receiving a payment to be there on site overnight. And then we would also incur some increased transportation costs, though, to make that happen as a day program. And so our best analysis is that those two things I just talked about would sort of balance out to be somewhere around $180,000 in savings if we were to say we'll keep it but make it a day program. So you'd still be looking at close to $1 million to find in some other way. There were some parents or some members excuse me, members of the community who discussed the concept of could we charge fees to parents to keep the outdoor school open, and I think there's probably a legal analysis involved there that would be in some ways prohibitive, and maybe Mr. O'Mealy would like to remark on that. But then also, just from a practical matter, it would not be, we cannot budget based on the promise of families paying a fee. We have to budget based on known or anticipated ongoing revenue. And so, you know, that would be challenging just from a practical matter. That being said, we did make an effort to cost out what the fee would be. This is a very loose estimate because with the short turnaround, we didn't have time to look at years of successive sixth grade enrollments. So this is just based on our sixth graders today, if we were applying that. And of course, enrollments change from year to year. But we also have to account for the farms versus non-farms families involved. And so for the for the non-farms family to attend for the week and the overnight the program the way it currently exists, our estimate would be that would be a fee of about $900 per student or per family. And then there's to make the experience of no cost to farms families or farm students, that would be about a $234,000 cost that would either presumably be added to the fee, or the Board of Ed would have to continue to cover that, and so it would mitigate the collection of fees. Again, to us, that's not viable, but the question was asked, and so we wanted to provide that information. I don't know, Ed, do you have a comment on legally whether we could charge a fee?
Well, sorry, I'm not sure why that's so scratchy tonight. The problem with charging a fee is that this is part of our curriculum. It's offered during the school day. It's offered as part of our middle school program offerings. And in light of that, the prevailing case law in Maryland, including a case that I had at the state board just a couple of years ago, distinguishing curricula from programs that are offered as an ancillary service. We couldn't do that. That's the long and the short of it. We would end up either disenfranchising those students who couldn't afford the program, or finding ourselves supplementing it for some students and charging for others, and that would be the problem. Case that I had a couple of years ago involved whether or not a school board could charge for summer school programs. And after a year or so in litigation in the Circuit Court for Prince George's County and then the State Board of Education, we prevailed in a case involving the ACLU that brought suit against Prince George's County Public Schools. And we won because this was offered during the summertime. It wasn't part of the regular curriculum. And then what happened? Then they made it, they provided state funding for it after all. So the long and the short of it is we would be facing an uphill battle, and we would do a harm to the children unnecessarily.
Thank you. And then lastly, there were some other ideas that were mentioned. I wouldn't say all of these by Board of Ed members, maybe some. There was the question of if we looked at a position in general, what would be an additional reduction to fund the roughly $3 million that it would take to fund the third year of the AFSCME case and Food Service Association agreements. To summarize it in terms of the position group we have that comprises most of our organization, it would take about 35 teachers, the average cost of a teacher, to fund those agreements. And of course, this has been discussed all night long and including in the superintendent's intro here. That then sort of throws a wrench into the compliance plan, and we would have to go back and rework that. And I think everyone in the world now has a decent sense of what the impacts are projected now. Those would just become sort of deeper on the Tier 1 and Tier 2 schools if we were to pursue that. There was the speaker who sort of questioned instructional assistants, and I don't want to respond directly to that speaker from last time, but it actually is a good example in the sense of instructional assistants didn't appear in the superintendent's proposed FY26 operating budget reductions, nor did instructional assistants appear earlier tonight in the fiscal compliance puzzle putting together, and that would be where they would more likely fit as a school-based role. But we have, in the decade of cuts that Dr. McCabe references, we cut in some way or another instructional assistants in 4 of those 10 years, in fiscal 12, 13, 14, and 17. Sometimes those were reductions to their work year. Other times those were just outright reductions to FTE. In fiscal 14 in particular, we used to have a job that we no longer have because we quit having it in fiscal 14 called recess monitor. Right now, we can't picture how we could operate our schools, and in particular our elementary schools, if we were to cut into our instructional assistant, or what the union will refer to as our ESP, educational support professionals. They're doing their job too, but then they're also covering recess and they're covering other duties throughout the school day. So that doesn't seem to us viable. That's why it didn't sort of make its way into anything we proposed from the superintendent's level. And then in terms of the AFSCME contract, in this case I didn't list the years, but there were multiple years as well where we cut either maintenance or custodians. I think the number was around 36 FTE there. The way we have tried to staff school building custodians is on a theoretical, because we've not honored it, to be blunt, but on a theoretical ratio of 1 custodian per a certain amount of cleanable square footage in a school building. When I first came to work in Carroll County, which was really 1 year into the decade of cuts that Dr. McCabe has described, that ratio was 1 custodian to 13,000 cleanable square feet. After all those cuts in prior years, that ratio is now 1 custodian to 22,000 square feet. So, can we cut anywhere and everywhere? I guess there's consequences to all of that. Cutting deeper into that group of employees to us doesn't. They're still doing a remarkable job preserving and maintaining our schools, but they're doing it under duress compared to a decade ago. And so to make a deeper cut there is not something that we would consider viable. But there are no good choices here. And so I guess where we are is where we were sort of at the work session. We're in that kind of stage in between where the superintendent has given you a proposed budget, which is intended to be sort of a place where you can begin your discussions as a board. And by the end of February 18, ideally, you would be able to vote with majority on a budget request to the county. And so tonight is hopefully a night through your discussion we'll get some sense of what changes, what differences, what other things you'd like to see than you receive through the proposed budget.
Yeah, so it would be very helpful for us in our ability to prepare for February 18th if board members would be able to discuss the proposal, the proposed reductions, perhaps choose other elements or other things to cut if you'd rather not cut any of those items. And, we can certainly help you with, an estimation of costs of anything that you want to put forward.
And we'll start down, and just anything that you want to change, we'll just kind of write down, then we'll kind of figure it out.
So I think it's pretty clear that the community has spoken strongly about trying to keep outdoor school functioning in some capacity. And I appreciate that you all went over a number of the different solutions and proposals here. I just want to know a little bit more, not the Ask Me fund, but just a general fund. And obviously with the outdoor school, the biggest expenditure is salaries. Mm-hmm. Legally, can we, and I'd asked also our superintendent, legally, can we pay for employee salaries if our community had a fund or a foundation? And if enough of the community wants to support outdoor school, they will put into that foundation, I would assume, and what that amount would be, but can we do that legally?
Yeah, I don't know that that's illegal, Dr. Malveaux. I would view that somewhat like paying for a program with a grant. But the struggle would be, when is that revenue real? Could a fund be established before June 30 so that you can definitively say that the revenue you need to run that program exists and is in a fund to pay for it on July 1 when the fiscal year starts or not? And that's the challenge with grants, with fees, or with the concept that there could be some sort of a nonprofit fund. So
how much time, then we would want to look at how much time would the community need to act in order for that to occur then? What kind of timetable then we might look at?
We would have to have
honestly,
now.
And that's a tough one for me to answer, because I don't know who is doing that in the community, but they would need to be underway now. So that's, and then much like a grant, is that going to be populated every year, or is this a year-by-year proposition? Because quite honestly, if you just want to do it for 1 year and see what happens, you could use your own fund balance and do it for a year and see what happens. It would be the same effect of a grant or of a fund or of fees.
Well, it would seem like it would be something that's long-term, and that it gets to a certain point, and then whatever every year is being put in sustains whatever it is that pays for those salaries or pays for those expenses, I would think.
Yeah.
Long-term.
I know that I'm at the risk of sounding like I'm opposed to outdoor school, and I am not opposed to outdoor school. I don't know how to project how that would materialize. To give you a different example, the many years I've worked here, I have routinely, every so years, I hear there are lots of people who want to fund turf fields at high schools in Carroll County, and you prevent that from happening. And that's absolutely not true. We would partner with anyone who wants to do that, and at times we have. And there are a whole lot of people that seem to hear and believe that there are people who want to donate $1 million to build a turf field, and yet that never materializes into anything real. To me, this is like that. It's a big if are there families that are going to each pay $900 every year per sixth grade student to keep outdoor school open? I personally doubt that. But if the Board of Ed wants to take that on, then I'd have to give some thought to how we would process that as a budget item, or what would happen if you enter the fiscal year and there was no money to keep outdoor school open at that point.
As much as I love that idea, I sit on a couple of philanthropic boards here in town, like Taste of Carroll, previously the Youth Service Bureau, and you have committees of 20 to 30 people. It's an extremely heavy lift just to get $250,000 a year. I just don't think $1 million a year is something that we would be able to achieve.
I just don't know the math, but we have roughly 1,600 who participate every year in outdoor schools, so I'm just saying it's an option if people truly want
Sure.
to keep it.
Yeah, and that the math is the same as the fee, so that's about $900 a family to every year, in that scenario, every year to make that.
So beyond the families who participate then in outdoor school, what about employees throughout CCPS?
We could petition. Ed,
Some years ago, we created, when Dr. Ecker was superintendent, the Carroll County Public Schools Foundation. And the idea, which we kind of borrowed from our friends in higher education that all have foundations, was that we would establish a vehicle for the community to donate funds that we could use for extras that we couldn't afford. The running of the foundation ultimately became more expensive than the benefit. It just never really became the vehicle that we had hoped and dreamed that it would. And so it eventually was closed. You know, I mean, and not for want of trying. There was a lot of people who put a lot of effort into that foundation. It just did not materialize. So.
Yeah, I often think about how PTAs and PTOs are already struggling enough to fundraise as it is and collect money. I mean, it's been a while since I ran part of a PTA, but I can tell you in 1 year we never raised $1 million. Never.
That's a small group.
We never raised $1 million, period. At Charles Carroll, like I'm thinking about now. I mean, and that was a K through 5.
I'm just thinking even the groups that I sit, the philanthropy groups that I sit with, they have, like we had, someone paid on staff running those organizations. And again, even $250,000 is a barely achievable goal.
Yeah, Mr. O'Mealy, that was actually an excellent example. That's a real-life Carroll County Public Schools example, and that would have been a county-wide program with a county-wide audience. And based on my analysis of the decade of cuts, I think we closed that in fiscal 13. And if my memory holds, we were basically, as a system, funding like $300,000 a year to run a foundation that was handing out like $20,000 a year in teacher awards. So I don't know, but if that's the will of the board, we'll certainly do our best to line that up. I just don't know how we would budget
There's
that.
examples of other foundations, even at the K through 12 level, that are successful. Maybe we'll look at, we'll consider, not throw out different groups, whatever. But Bright Mind Foundation, for example, Howard County has something there. They have different programs. 2 of the programs are definitely oriented toward outdoor education, one with clean water, the other with community gardens. So there are foundations out there that are successful in other counties, I believe, and you might want to look at that.
Well, it's honestly, respectfully, it's now, do you want to look at that? Because we can, if 3 of you want us to. I'm a little vague on how I would budget that, though, or what your threshold is.
Right.
If the money, if it works out, it's great. If it doesn't work out and the money's not there by June 30, that's a whole different problem.
Right. Dr. Dorsey, did you have anything? Or if you had any ideas how to?
I mean, at one point, hadn't we talked about the middle school technology?
You have.
Yeah.
So is that still a consideration that you all would be willing to?
I agree with Dr. Malvo that I want to save outdoor school. I think that is going to have to come down to something that a fund that year after year would be able to pay for itself. And I see that vehicle being the one-to-one devices in middle schools. I asked for feedback from the community. We got even more feedback. And for the most part, I would say 98% of people who wrote in or called or reached out felt as if outdoor school was providing more value to students and that there was an understanding that potential MCAP scores could go down. But the response that I received was that parents are more concerned about their students' report cards and not as much on the standardized testing. I feel like that is a way to preserve outdoor school by trading it for the one-to-one for middle school students.
And just to piggyback on what Ms. Zimmer is saying, that I agree, the one-on-one 6 through 8, the computers, perhaps that not being provided. As an educator, as a person who teaches English and literature, I'll tell you, in my experience, that test scores, literacy, and writing is not improved by the technology. I've seen over the years actually the opposite. Students have the ability to use these computers to, Grammarly for grammar check and spell check, artificial intelligence, but I think that the ability to critically think, research, and so forth, there's been a loss. And I don't think that the computers and the technology and the laptops have helped. So I would be okay with us going back a little bit in terms of that and maybe bring back cursive, maybe bring back some handwriting sort of assignments, but I think we could still do well without the one-on-one devices.
Yeah, I think that was the one thing that we had there that I thought most of us were agreeing on. And again, I think all of us would have the desire to try to save outdoor school. And again, there are so many other things. I mean, we'd like to really try to save it all. But again, maybe if we could start with that, that could be helpful. What's that, Mr. Whistler? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just speaking with our colleague down here.
Oh, okay.
Well, from a budgetary lens, which is sort of my lens, that's almost a direct replacement, so you could do that. I don't know if Dr. McCabe or Mr. Shogney wants to comment on the instructional part of the question or not. So that's something we know the cost of, and so we can be prepared to make that change by the 18th.
Mm-hmm. And I know there was a time when we would get feedback from the community when we really tracked the feedback as far as how many persons we heard from and what their responses were. Right now, we just know that we received a lot. I mean, I can't tell you numerically how many came in, but just a whole lot of things, or a whole lot of comments concerning that.
Okay, so could we, just what I'm kind of hearing from everybody here, they want to keep outdoor school and they want to add middle school tech being taken away. So do that flip, right? Is that what I'm understanding from you guys? Go ahead, Chloe.
I would just love to hear from the student's perspective what the impact might be from your thoughts on whether, if devices were taken away from middle school students, what would the impact be, do you think, on students versus trading off that for outdoor school? Do you have any thoughts on that?
So the funny thing is I was no computers 6th grade, and then 7th grade was COVID. Then 8th grade I got computers. So I feel that computers, I guess, now are such an integrated part of middle school curricula, which would be my biggest concern, and I think a lot of teachers' concerns that, for math, like Delta Math, IXL, and just now that we have Schoology, do we pay for Schoology? Then so if we got rid of computers, then we would also still have to pay for Schoology for the high schoolers. So I think, actually my question would be, if we got rid of the devices for middle schoolers, would we still be paying more amounts of money for Schoology, or is that just a one-time payment per year?
So we would, if we remove devices, there would not be a need, in my opinion, for Schoology. However, the decision to remove devices is one that I would say comes with a lot of potential harmful effects, because we have adapted our instruction to utilize those daily devices, and that happens every day. Our instruction is based around that. Our curriculum is framed around that. It's not just a supplement to, it's something that is embedded as part of our instruction. We've also seen some tremendous gains, especially at the middle school level, with our overall achievement. I can't say that that's solely due to having devices, but it could be a factor. I've asked Ms. Gramata to come up just to maybe talk briefly about what that daily utilization looks like from our teachers.
And before you speak, Mrs. Gramata, again, we're looking at ending the 1-to-1 ratio.
Yes.
So again, it's not that we want to eliminate technology, period.
Sure, absolutely. So the concern with that is that there are so much of the curriculum now has been built around having the laptop. In math class, the laptop is needed almost every single day, based upon between the IXL that we do, which is an online remediation and acceleration program that we have. But then also we've embedded in every lesson that's been created by the curriculum writers, Desmos there's an activity through Desmos that you can utilize, and there's also Paradex in every single lesson. That is the mid-lesson check as well as the end of class, like exit ticket. That's all online to provide the teacher with immediate feedback right away. So all of that is in it, and then about 70% of those online math lessons also have Paradex embedded throughout it. So that's just a really quick, like I said, formative assessment to provide feedback to the teacher. So that's beyond the mid-class and end-of-class assessment. ELA, again, we've also created common assessments in every single one of our content areas, and I attribute those common assessments very much to the progress that we made last year. We've refined them even more this year. So the idea of, well, we have to wait for our test until this day because social studies is going to give their test on this day, that can make it very complex, and we can kind of waste some instructional time with that as well. For ELA, next year we're starting the pre-AP program. Previously for our honor students, grades 6 through 8, we used the Springboard program, which was actually in a workbook, and then it also had like an online version. Next year, 8th grade starts the pre-AP. It is a free resource through AP, or free curriculum through the AP or College Board. That only has digital resources to it. There is nothing else but digital resources. So an 8th grade ELA student, they need to have a laptop in ELA and they need to have a laptop in math. And there's more. We've got our common writing assessments, and all of that is through Schoology. And so that is where we can track the data. It provides feedback to the teachers. So there's 6 of those throughout the year as well. Minus just the day-to-day pieces that we use.
So the difference that you would see, board members, is right now with having a one-to-one device at the middle school, not only are students able to take them home in the evening, but students use those laptops during class to work on instructional assignments. The way it would look different to pull those one-to-one devices is instead of every student having access to their laptop during instruction, every grade level, so like 6th grade, would have a cart. And so the teachers would sign out that cart, and they would be able to use that, during the week at certain times, but there would be a lot of time that students would not have access to it. So as Ms. Gramata is saying, the teachers would have to go back to the curriculum and rethink, rewrite, how am I going to accomplish this objective without the computer, which is doable. We can do that, but I think we have to, it's something else to consider.
Yeah, it sounds like it certainly would be cumbersome, but what about rather than one cart per grade level at middle school, suppose it would be 2 or 3 carts.
I did talk with Mr. Davis about that. Okay. Yeah, and kind of looked at the curriculum, kind of what we needed, and it was actually 2 carts per team.
Okay.
So in most schools, that would be 4 carts per grade, but like West would be more, but yeah, it would be 2 carts per team that we could pull it, we could make it work.
And in the first year, so we would have to bridge this gap in out years, because in the first year, this would save us about 1.1 million. But in the out years, it would be a smaller amount of money that we'd be saving by not doing the one-to-one laptops, just because we would have to continue to refresh those carts.
And I'm
So-
not, maybe Amy would not, I'm not sure. Like, to me, the 1 million is predicated on 1 cart per grade level, not 2 or more.
Right.
I appreciate that the technology does help with curriculum and with the job of the teachers, and I know that's important myself in working around that. I just wondered, did we, again, there were no laptops prior to COVID, do we have any sort of numbers or studies to show that test scores have decreased since laptops have come in? Do we have any sort of backing of that?
Well, we did have laptops prior to COVID. I mean, they were at the
But
schools.
I mean, one-on-one, where they took them home and so forth, did that improve scholastic
I think it depends.
education?
It's hard for us to show a causal relationship there, only because during COVID, academic achievement decreased nationwide because students were not in school. And so nationwide, it hasn't totally caught up yet. And so, we can make correlational statements about laptops, but it's very difficult to show a causal relationship.
There's another element to this that staff was just reminding me of, and honestly, I feel like I can give you the gist of this tonight, but we'll come back on the 18th and unpack it more. Like we've talked about with collaborative time, and for those of you who've been on the board a couple of years, also with the career counseling MOU, with the workforce development, there's certain places in the blueprint law where the state is telling us that there's a specifically magical amount of the foundation that applies to those things. There's $163 happens to be the perfect amount for collaborative time. $62 per child is the perfect amount for the career counseling MOU. There's also a requirement that a certain amount of the foundation be spent on technology. So I need to refresh my own memory on that and bring that back to you at the 18th when we bring back some revisions, but that there will certainly be a compliance issue there as well in terms of the proportion of foundation that we're spending on technology if we back down technology.
Right, and we know it's valuable for students to use it on a regular basis, so when they are ready to take the assessments, they're just not learning how to deal with multi-text or whatever while responding to their assessments. So
there was a to give you the context, the blueprint was enacted in 21, I believe, by veto override. So in other words, the General Assembly passed the blueprint in 20. Governor Hogan vetoed it. When the General Assembly reconvened in 21 by supermajority, they overrode the veto in that same session. So if my years are correct, in 21, pandemic, blueprint, concerns about boards of ed, us included, our staffs were saying we're going to invest in all of this technology with federal one-time money, but we don't have permanent ongoing money to replace this technology. One of the reactions from the General Assembly in, if it was 21, House Bill 1372 of 2021 was to say, okay, then we're going to require that you dedicate a certain amount of foundation money towards technology expenditures. So we'll bring you that math. We'll bring you what it was, where we are relative to that in terms of compliance, and what it would look like as we back out more and more one-to-one devices. So there's that too.
And Mr. Whistler.
Do you know of any other school districts or LEAs in Maryland that do not do one-to-one devices?
I know most are struggling. Mr. Davis might have a more intimate knowledge of which systems are backing away. I know almost all systems are having a hard time figuring out how to sustain the devices that one-time federal money bought.
I know that most of the districts are looking at it at the elementary, not so much at the middle school, but I do know that, this is, secondhand, but I've been told by my counterpart in Prince George's County that when they stopped taking the laptops home, they saved approximately 50% in their repair cost. So, that's something else too. So I think in Prince George's County and some of the counties are reevaluating how often the computers go home. So and to be clear and do maybe a better job of answering your question from last week, and to piggyback on what Dr. McCabe said, that $1 million is that first year because we wouldn't be replacing the 6th grade laptops. But for whatever amount of computers we're going to maintain in carts, we're going to have to get to that point where we're refreshing them, so that once we start to need to replace those, that amount's going to come down each year. And the estimates that I was giving you when I said I would probably go down to 800,000, 700,000, that was based on a number that was significantly lower than after I talked to Ms. Gramata. So it might go down lower than that. It might be 500,000 a year.
Sure. I'm just wondering, I know we're talking middle school, but what if we extended that to, say, 9th and 10th, where we don't have 1-to-1 up to 10th, and we have carts, 2 carts per grade, or, but if there's something we can do innovative to make sure there's adequate.
I'm not aware of anybody that is considering at the high school level. That doesn't mean they're not, but I'm not aware.
Right. I've talked to a couple of counties where they're considering it up to 10th. Talked to a couple of board colleagues in Anne Arundel and Baltimore.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just speculation. Nobody has made any hardcore plans.
Gary referencing the and Dr. McCabe referencing the 1-year million and then having to smooth that over multiple years might be, since this is the evening of just grand news, bring you back to this slide. This is what the foundation looks like in multiple years based on the state budget at the moment. So at this point, I assume, like me, we're all just trying to get through and live through fiscal 26 and fiscal compliance. And maybe as soon as that ends, we need to start a conversation much earlier about the out years of the budget. But this doesn't foretell a better situation in 27, 28, 29. And so I know we're making decisions now, and we need to just to tidy up 26. But to the extent we can also think about the long-term scenario, what are we saving for 1 year versus what we're looking at for a number of years is probably also worthy of some thought.
I guess before we make a motion to give direction on any change on the budget, I just want to make sure I'm understanding from my fellow board members. You guys basically do want to keep outdoor school at least for 1 more year, correct? Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Yeah, I think we're trying to be responsive to the public. And again, I know we're going to continue to hear from the public, even based on what we had presented to us tonight.
And we don't have to solve the problem just this year. We can, it's a Band-Aid for this year, but thereafter we have more time to work with in terms of sustaining certain things, outdoor school. Do we decide to do the one-on-one or not? But we'll have more time. As you said, FY26, let's deal with that. Yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure I'm understanding collectively.
Are you saying that you would like to do the middle school laptops instead of the outdoor school for 26?
Go ahead. Let's just make sure we have that understanding first before we're
Well, again, let's get a motion on the floor and then we can discuss Robert's Rules of Order here. So I make a motion for the screen you have up there. For line 2, we strike 3 through 5 and indicate 3 through 9.
Wait, no, this is why I did not want to do the motion just yet, because I want to make sure everyone.
Excuse me, ma'am, I have the floor.
Okay, well, I just want to, first of all, I want to make sure
Point of order.
all are under the understanding. I don't want to have someone make a motion and then we have to change that motion and make another motion. I don't want to have to go through 7 different motions to get to one point. I think the point of discussion was to make sure we are all under one understanding, and then we go from there. because I don't want to sit here and waste everyone's time with motion after motion after motion making changes. That's why I wanted to get a good balance on what everyone was feeling was before we even do anything else. That's the point of the discussion before we change anything.
Mr. Whistler is correct that he had the floor. However, this is not on the agenda for action. This is on the agenda for discussion.
Right.
It's not been advertised to the public as an action item for this evening. So I think we would have a problem if we were to take action on the budget in tonight's meeting, since it was not advertised as such.
I thought this was for that purpose, but thank you, Mr. Mueller.
And I might have not done a great job at the beginning. I guess what we were envisioning is sort of a scenario much like a work session where even though we're not asking you to act, we can gain an understanding of where your consensus might be
Right.
on one thing or another thing, and then bring that back to you for action on the 18th. I apologize for maybe not doing a great job setting that up early.
No. And that's what I was trying to make sure we were doing, is giving direction. Then you guys would come back the next meeting and show us what one thing would look like and what another thing might look like.
Sure.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Chloe.
Mr. Whistler, I just had a question. You said 6 through 9, so including freshmen or just middle school in general?
My thought process is doing 3 through 9. Ninth grade technically is a middle school grade. It's not, sixth, but that would give us a savings of 2.3 million, which would allow us to keep outdoor school and strike the recommendation to eliminate outdoor school, and I also would like to strike the transportation reimbursement formula from 5 to 3. I think we're going to have a hard time attracting our drivers if we don't give them the 5% that we had talked about. It's a very stressful issue with our contractors from the feedback I have from our contractors, also drivers. So my intent to go to 3 through 9 was to accumulate 2.3 million, 1.3 million, which would allow us to, is my math right there? It would allow us to remove, so 1.3 million. Or 2.3 million, right.
So I can get behind eliminating one-to-one for middle schoolers, but once you hit high school, I think it becomes an entirely different issue, especially now that AP exams are like either hybrid or entirely online. So with us especially trying to push kids to take more AP classes for that career college readiness, I feel like if we were to end one-to-one devices, it shouldn't be at the high school level, irregardless whether it was like freshman year or not.
Yeah, I often wonder, because sometimes you do have freshmen taking some classes with seniors, like an elective or something sometimes, so they might have to have those. Okay.
It also increases collaboration, because I know a lot of teachers now have collaborative lessons. So rather than just having things done on paper or like the whiteboard, you just have like a Word document and you type together on the Word document and share it with the teacher. I know a lot of my documents for like labs with my teachers and a lot of my other classmates, they would write on the Word document and then send it over to the teacher for submission rather than going through, like printing it out or some sort.
Okay. All right, so we just want to make sure we have a good idea here of what the board is giving direction on. So you guys want to look at 3 through 8, removing technology, correct? Is that what the one-to-ones? Okay. We want to keep outdoor school for at least one more year.
We'd like to try to keep outdoor school, and I appreciate Mr. Whistler's comment about transportation too. I mean, we've been sticking with the outdoor
Right.
school for a bit, but again,
Yeah,
we'd be hard pressed.
Yeah, I'm
not
like trying to go
yeah,
down. I'm going down each
honor.
line item to make sure, like, yes or no,
Okay.
we agree on some stuff. Reduce materials of instruction budget. Are we all in agreement that stays on there?
I mean, I don't know what we need to do, because honestly, and the staff has taken 3 years to look at everything. You had that special committee, take a look. So, I mean, I don't want to be adding any more burden to what you all have already done. Although, again, there are things that we would like to save if we could.
Sure. Well, the committee that we had was for blueprint compliance. So, so this is, you know, really, here, we're just talking about the operating budget for next year.
So your staff has still looked at
Yeah.
how they could propose this. Okay, all right, well, that's better. And again, I'm sorry for that overlap there, because again, I know we have to keep the operating separate from the fiscal compliance, but it does get a little confusing up here.
There are no good options.
Right, right. But honestly, as much of that as we could save, it would be good.
The reduced transportation reimbursement formula from 5 to 3, Mr. Whistler, your suggestion is to keep it at 5?
We strike the line.
Okay.
All right, say that again, I didn't hear that.
I'm suggesting we strike the line. We strike lines 3 and 5.
And where would that money, do you have any ideas of where that money would be made up?
The technology through middle school, and then I'm proposing also 9th grade, because that would add probably another 300,000, since it's 4 grades. But that was my line of thinking.
Mr. King, do you want to give any insight regarding 9th grade?
Sure. I think that our wonderful student rep has mentioned this, that classes are not just 9th graders. 9th graders are permitted to take electives. Unfortunately, there are juniors and seniors even that have failed a class that they have to take that's with freshmen. So using laptop carts is obviously, there are times that that's appropriate, but a freshman class, and plus in freshman year you take the government MCAP. So we struggle now to, especially with the weather, which we can't control, to get all the MCAP testing in the window as it is because of other issues. Without laptops that are assigned to the students, that would become an even bigger issue. So there would be major instructional issues. And again, you've heard from Ms. Gramada, the curriculum is accessed via Schoology. So this is what the kids do every day, and that's how they then do homework, do research that you've mentioned. I mean, that is the tool that they're using. So it would be very problematic to just have freshmen without a laptop.
Okay.
Real quick.
Thank you.
Sorry, with Schoology and so forth, and not to put you on the spot, Chloe, but do you have a laptop at home of your own?
I do. I have a Mac. But
yeah.
But like the problem is I've heard students, at least for me, even though I have a Mac, I actually use my school computer more often because everything's on that. Like my school computer has my school account because we have Office, like Microsoft Office now, and my Mac doesn't. So I use my school computer to do all my work, all my Schoology homework. And there are students that I know who even don't have a personal laptop at home, and a lot of the instructional material, even though we do have 90-minute classes, there's a lot of take-home work, especially as you get like higher up, and even 9th graders for like foundational classes that you take, there's a lot of take-home work that is just easier to do it in a computer, especially so that students don't go home, lose their homework, come back, and they have nothing when the classrooms are running on a very strict schedule, moving day by day, you know?
I hear you. And I guess it's a little different from my experience as an instructor. Pretty much all of them have laptops and at home, and I wasn't sure if Schoology could easily be accessed at home as well, and if that, but I'm glad to hear different things. Yeah.
And also there are numerous classes that do not utilize a textbook. So that is another reason that access is so vital to the students. So.
Okay. All right, so here's what I'm hearing in the direction we can give Dr. McCabe. And one-on-one technology ratio grades 3 through 8, and they would have the carts at the schools, correct?
I don't know.
I feel like the conversation isn't complete because we're not talking about the $3 million in closed contracts. Like even if we cover all this, we're still 3 million. So I feel like I'm not certain how we can do this without going to the county commissioners for more. And I hate to be the one to be saying that, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
And it didn't go over.
And that's the thing, I mean, even doing this,
Balance, what else do we have?
right, I mean, even if we do this and we keep we remove outdoor school off this, try to keep it one more year, go from there. You know,
Because
maybe
the school bus, the bus contractors is, I mean,
Right.
they're working with a precariously low amount of drivers, and we are walking the balance of a shortage.
Right.
I really don't think it's viable to drop that from 5 to 3. I also don't think it's viable to go back on contracts.
Right.
And I also don't think it's viable to cut 35 more positions. So I'm just throwing that out there.
I agree. I mean, I have a different of opinion regarding outdoor school. I mean, I understand the emotional tie to it, and I have a lot of concerns with the program, and my daughter would go next year. So, I mean, believe me, it personally hits me because she would go. She would be the last one of my kids to attend there. But, you know, I mean, I'm hearing majority of the board wants to keep outdoor school for at least one more year added back into the budget. So I'm hearing from you guys, Dr. McCabe, sounds like they want to go to the county commissioners and ask for more money.
Yeah, for the record, I'm opposed to asking the commissioners for more money. Asking them for $3 million would essentially be saying, hey, can we have 50% more of the funding you're promising us? I just don't think that's realistic. In fact, we need to talk about whether or not the commissioners will give us the $7.2 million they've already indicated they would provide. Because they could very well come back and say, we're not giving you 7.2, we're giving you less. So we really need to, in my opinion, not take the easy way out and ask the commissioners for more, because they have tremendous amount of things they're trying to fund. Now, it may sound callous, hey, you're here, you're supposed to advocate for kids, you're supposed to advocate for kids. But this body has asked the commissioners for more money. How many times have we asked them for more than they've been required to give? It's been several years in a row, right?
Well, if they give us $1, it's more than they're required to give.
Right.
Right.
Yep. So I'm just saying, we really need to understand that, everyday families can't just go to their employer and say, give me more money. They have to make hard choices. They have to live within their means. And again, I don't mean to be the bad guy, but we have leadership. We have to exercise leadership and recognize that we have to keep our house in order and live within our means. And if that means adding 35 more people to the cut list, which I don't want to do, but that's what families do at home every day. They don't buy medication, they buy food. We are faced with that same prospect here. We can't just keep putting our hand out and saying, give me more. We need to live within our means and accept the consequences of decisions we've made. We made a commitment to our employer groups, and we made a commitment to our commissioners that this would be the budget we operate in. So again, not trying to be the bad guy, but that's the situation we're in.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Whistler. And again, I just think staff keeps showing us what a lean machine we already are. And again, I mean, if we could go back in time and resurrect those close to 400 positions that were cut, well, yeah, we wouldn't be in this predicament that we're in. So again, I feel that, we have tried to operate within our means of what we've been given. I just think we're at the point now, I mean, with what we want, I mean, we're saying, okay, we only want to use fund balance, if it's for something that's short-term, if it's just for, a one-year need, so to speak. So if we don't want to use fund balance, and we don't have money coming any other place, I mean, what other choice do we have but to plead our case and hope that that they can fund us at least, with what we would be needing. So again, I just feel like we already are lean. That's the main point that I'm
No,
trying to make.
I definitely agree with you, Dr. Dorsey. But again, I'm going to point back to the question I asked you earlier, Mr. O'Neill. If these blueprint strings were attached, would we have enough money to do everything we're doing now? And you answered, yeah, we would. So folks can be upset at me all they want. They could be upset at the situation all they want. But, and as our former colleague, Marcia Herbert said, when are we going to draw the line in the sand? We can't just have the state say do more, and then we extort our taxpayers to pay more. I mean, we counted it up. What was it? 180 positions. That's $18 million. Something's got to stop. We've got to stop the madness. And if folks are advocating for blueprint downtown, this is what we got to do. And folks need to understand the consequences of the legislation that they want enacted. Some of the citizens in this county want us to just ask for more, ask for more, ask for more. And we keep asking for more, and they don't understand or experience the pain and the reality that 190,000 people in this county have to do every day, our taxpayers. They can't just go to their employer and ask for more. You can't. And we shouldn't ask more of them, especially when we have 20+% inflation. We have, over the last 3 or 4 years, we have property assessments going up 30%, property taxes increasing. We have salaries not rising and meeting inflation. Our families cannot take any more taxes, and our commissioners should not be in a position to force that upon them. But that is my 2 cents, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Chloe, you had a comment?
I actually had a question. I know that we were talking about like computers, extracurriculars, transportation. Is there any other area, that we could try to find money in? Or like other than asking for commissioners? Because I am not finding.
We put forth some other options at the work session. I don't think any of those were options that any of the board members were interested in. But we had talked about changing transportation policies so that like a mile radius.
A mile walking
mile
radius
walk.
for elementary school students, or even looking at all the school start and end times to see if we could pull a few more buses out of the fleet. We talked about athletics and extracurriculars. And those are, or at least athletics, that can fund the contracts.
Yeah.
What about career tech?
About $3 million. Yeah.
I learned a little bit about athletics too. I appreciate, our superintendent explained, because I said, well, athletics, it's over $1 million. It seems like that could be a good amount of money. Are our teachers then getting a bonus, and is that what's going towards athletics? And you'd inform me in my ignorance that a lot of our hiring of coaches is outside of the county, which wasn't the case when I was in school, but the teachers aren't the coaches. We're hiring coaches from outside of the school. And I know it's got to be more expensive doing it that way.
Well, it's the same cost. Right. It's just that, we prefer to hire our own teachers for those positions. But, it's become such that, our teachers are not as interested in coaching those athletics teams as they used to be. And I think we all can come up with a number of reasons why that might be.
And we had looked at the transportation policy change. Was that just last year or year before?
2 years.
And again, those bell times, you know, we just didn't like the way that that would have sort of scheduled the buses with their multiple runs. Plus, you know, again, it really concerns me to think that we would look at that one, doing anything differently with that 1 mile radius for elementary. Because when I was principal at William Winchester, I had a student who was hit trying to cross Monroe Street. So again, we need to still provide that transportation for our elementary kids within that 1 mile radius. Some kids certainly have parents who can provide transportation, pickups and drop-offs, and other kids, you know, like in my situation, they had to walk. So again, I wouldn't be in favor of changing that at all.
Well, I mean, it definitely, I mean, I think it's terrible that Carroll County is, you know, one of the wealthy counties in this state, and we're the last in funding our children. And that's pretty disgusting as far as I'm concerned. I think we need to do better. So I definitely think we need to talk to county commissioners. We always hear our schools are what is driving people to this county. So I think we need to have a nice heart-to-heart with our county commissioners. You know, I do have concerns, you know, when I look at this budget thing and people want to keep things but add things and delete things. But I mean, we got other stuff that has to be taken care of.
Are you suggesting we ask them for 6.6 million more? 3 million to cover the existing contracts and the 3.6 listed there, or what are we talking about?
I think 3.7. 3 million for the contracts, 0.2 for the bus drivers, 0.5 for the utilities, because taking our inability to pay utilities is embarrassing. And I agree with you that we do need to live within our means. In any other normal year, I would say we weren't being good stewards. But this is, I think that the school system is showing in earnest how difficult this is going to be by the cuts that were presented this evening. It is not as if this is the easy way out. I think the school system is showing that we have some very turbulent, difficult times ahead. And I didn't think I would be saying this, but I do think that we should ask for an additional 3.7.
And I think another thing we need to point out too is, you know, we weren't expecting this. We were supposed to have, was it 4 million because of the 60/40, and then they took that away. The AIB took that away.
There's a change in 4 million from our early anticipated state revenue to where the governor's budget is.
Right. So, I mean, we weren't anticipating this. This is because of the state decision, and now we have to go to the county commissioners and say, look, the state did this to us. They said, oh, well, we don't know what to tell you. We know what we told you last year, but oh well. I think the county commissioners are going to have an understanding of, look, yeah, we've been told the same thing too. If we have an understanding with them, like, look, that maybe we just tell them this is what we need for this year. We're going to reevaluate outdoor school for next year. We need to reevaluate the one-on-ones. I'll be honest, when it comes to closing down programs and school closures or anything of that magnitude, I do just that little bit more time instead of a couple of months, just to kind of okay, prepare yourself, because it is a grief thing. It is a loss. So I think if the county can get prepared, okay, look, this might be the last hurrah, but Chris and I'm with you. We're going to have to go across the street and knock on their door, and I'm willing to go tomorrow morning if you are. I think they know it's tough.
So, board members, what I'm hearing, so that we can prepare for the 18th, is movement from the board on keeping outdoor school and removing one-to-one laptops in middle school. Also looking at the transportation formula and perhaps keeping it at 5%, and then, and we're not voting on this tonight, but perhaps a move toward the board asking the commissioners for more funding to cover the 3.7 that would create.
Well, I would be in favor of all that you've said, except I wouldn't, at this point, if we're going to ask, I wouldn't add the middle school as a cut up there.
I think it's important to show that we are sacrificing, and I know we're sacrificing a lot, but I think that we should keep the computers off to substitute to save outdoor school. That's my feelings.
Okay.
What literacy standards does outdoor school fulfill?
That there's a environmental component that is required in COMAR, but a lot of that is already done within each individual schools. Outdoor school is just an added program. It's just added. It's an added program. Correct.
We do have curriculum standards that outdoor school meets in 6th grade science.
I just want to say that I support the elimination of one-on-one for middle school in order to keep outdoor school. That's my stance.
Okay, so board members, you know, again, you're not making any decisions tonight, so I think we've heard where the board is moving. I'm sure that each board member will keep considering between now and the 18th as well as hearing from the constituents and what their thoughts are on our discussion this evening. And then on the 18th, board members, you will actually vote on the budget that you'll push forward to the commissioners for funding.
Yep.
Any other questions
No, I
or
just
comments?
continue to advocate, the public, get a hold of the AIB, get a hold of the State Department of Education and let them know, like, hey, the blueprint is causing these restraints. And if you loosen that stuff up, we'll be able to have a lot more flexibility with some stuff.
I just wanted to clarify, this additional ask that you want to make of the commissioners, that will also allow us to meet our 30-year obligations with the employer groups. Is that on there? Is that on there as well?
I believe.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you want to close out?
All right. May I please have a, oh, nope, wait, I gotta read a stuffer. See, look, it's 8:30. All right, yeah, we're done here. All right. 4 p.m. on Tuesday, February 18th, the FY26 budget approval special board meeting will be here in the boardroom. Again, that is at 4 o'clock on the 18th.
And that is for the operational
Yes.
budget, right?
Yes.
We need to make that distinction.
6 p.m. Wednesday, March 5th, the Superintendent's Community Blueprint Town Hall in the cafeteria at Century High School. That is 355 Ronsdale Road in Sykesville. 4 o'clock on Wednesday, March 12th, the Board of Education with public participation is be here in the boardroom at 125 North Court Street in here in Westminster. And 6 p.m. on Wednesday, April 2nd, the Superintendent Community Blueprint Town Hall in the cafeteria of the Carroll County Career and Technology Center at 1229 Washington Road. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
By Dr. Dorsey and a second.
A second.
And Dr. Malvo. All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Have a good night. Thank you.